Clerk Mike 1. Clerk 1. Dice 1. Dice 2. Mayor Desk.
McCaskill's desk.
Dice 4. Podium 2. Podium 3. Podium 1.
Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is going to be a special call meeting, a workshop. To Commissioners Tammy McCaskill, Will Jones, Rufus Borum, and Justin Campbell, you're hereby notified that a special call workshop is hereby scheduled for December 8th, 2022 at 4 p.m. City Hall 201 North Second Street, Palatka, Florida. Purpose of the workshop is to discuss the contract with professional firefighters of Palatka and to discuss the city's personnel policy and including longevity policy. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Roll call.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Tammy McCaskill.
Here.
Commissioner Will Jones is in transit. Commissioner Justin Campbell,
Present.
Commissioner Rufus Borum,
Present.
Mayor Terrell Hill.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to actually push our public comments to the end so that we can have the presentations, and we'll take comments as we move forward throughout. So anyone who's here for public comment, make sure you fill out the yellow speakers card in the back of the room. All public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, and we'll move from there. We'll also proceed in kind of an informal process so that we can make sure all the questions are being answered. I'll turn it over to you at this time, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could, I think it'll be efficient for us to reverse the order of the discussions, because depending upon the resolution of item number 2, item number 1 may actually be resolved. And not to add mystery to the discussion, but it's my understanding that from our conversations and negotiations that we have a good confidence level that we have an agreement with professional firefighters, with the exception of discussion regarding the longevity clause in the contract, which was not in the contract that has been under discussion. And I think that's been a sticking point from the firefighters, the fact that it's not in the this contract where it has been in previous contracts. So rather than us attempting to simply consider the longevity issue in relation only to, or in the context only of the firefighters, we wanted to look at the longevity issue as it related to the general employees, all employees, and make sure that we made whatever recommendation we were going to make, keeping all employees in mind as well as the firefighters, rather than going on separate tracks. So that's what we've done. Miss Jones, Mr. Griffith, city attorney, myself, have spent some time sorting through our existing policy, the practice regarding pay and pay raises, which has not always, doesn't appear, followed the policy, the firefighters contract, and the platform that was adopted by the commission after the salary and compensation study. And what we have, we think, is something we can recommend to you, and we'll try to make it as a concise a presentation as possible. And then depending upon where you want to go with questions, we're prepared to go in whatever depth you'd like to go. So Mr. Griffith is going to take the lead in making the summary presentation of what our recommendation is. And I'll turn it over to him if that's acceptable to you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I think Don just said that the policy, the pay raises did not follow policy where they done in the past. If I heard.
Well, I think that it's probably more appropriate to say, or is appropriate to say, that the previous policy for the city of Palatka as it related to raises probably hasn't been adhered to strictly in the past. And so what we've tried to do is put something together that would be followed, and that we can refer to as a workable guideline, and that you can then use to essentially merge with the platform that you approved previously, where you established brackets and pay grades, but this would add detail and definition to it. So going forward, you would have something where policy and practice would in fact correlate and would in fact match, And it also, we believe, would add simplicity to the process. We think part of the reason why the old policy wasn't applied was there are some aspects of it that were a little bit unclear, or maybe too discretionary, or maybe just were found to be too difficult to put in application. So what we have proposed, what we propose, we think would be straightforward, we think easily applied, and we think fair.
Sounds good.
Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, Mr. Holmes. What we're gonna attempt to do.
Put your mic on.
It's on. Can you hear me all right now? Stand a little closer, maybe. All right. Thanks, Donnie. So, as Mr. Holmes said, your staff, including Mr. Holmes, city attorney, Ms. Jones, and even Ms. Kaiser and myself, looked at some of your employment statistics and looked at your existing approved pay schedule, which you adopted in September of last year, and your existing personnel pay policy that's embedded in the personnel policy. Commissioner Boren, what Mr. Holmes was alluding to is that there is a component of that policy that has not been applied in recent years. But the salary schedule and how it is applied to existing employees and new hires has been consistent with your guidance. Just wanted to make that clear for you. So in front of you, you have a couple of graphs. And what we want to kind of illustrate to you or explain is a little bit of a story. If you look here, it's bracketed by years of service with the city of Palatka. And again, there's another graph that follows this that breaks it down per actual year. But you can see, if you go one more slide, Sonny, you can see it's the third page. You can see that after the second and third year, we are not retaining those entry-level employees. If you go back a slide, Ms. France. Ms. Jones and myself sat down and we looked the past year. This is December 2021 to December 2022. And these are the primary reasons for separation from employment for the city of Palatka. As you can see, the majority of those separations or resignations for advancement opportunities outside the city of Palatka. You may recall from the salary study, Reward Advisory Group said the city of Palatka is doing good in a couple of areas. They said that we are competitive compared to market when it comes to our longevity policy, our health benefits compensation, and our health insurance contributions. You can see where we're losing ground is retaining entry-level employees. So you get new hires that come in, they stay with us for a year or two, we train them up, they're qualified, and they either start getting called or they start looking elsewhere, and they're seeing they can make a little bit more money somewhere else because we are not adhering to a specific section of our personnel policy, specifically the step and grade or merit advancement policy, which is approved and on the books. And what we want to present to you is applying the approved salary schedule, the brackets, minimum and maximum for each job description to that policy. So we want to make it clear to all the employees. We want to give them some reassurance that if they stay with the city of Palatka, that they're valued. We want retention. We want to retain that institutional knowledge and give them a clear plan on how they can advance or get raises on an annual basis. Now, the other document that's not on the screen, but we gave you is the excerpt from the personnel policy. This is the approved pay schedule policy, and it speaks to longevity. It speaks to advancement within range. So what we're proposing to do is to adhere to our policy using the approved salary schedule that you adopted in September of 2021. And on an annual basis, the commission would have the discretion to budget for merit increases and budget for a COLA. And the employees would know that on an annual basis, so long as they have a satisfactory evaluation on the record, they would be eligible for that merit increase. And your policy actually stipulates that that merit increase and longevity increase is conditioned upon a satisfactory evaluation. you don't mind, Mayor, give me a minute, I can find it and recite it to you. So, under the longevity step, it reads, an employee would become eligible for longevity pay with 10 years of service with the city, period. The longevity step is also based on merit. The employee must maintain at least a satisfactory evaluation rating each year. And there's a similar statement as it relates to advancing within the brackets, minimum and maximum for your specific job for the merit increase. And that is the paragraph above that as well.
I need a little bit more help in terms of, so when you have a satisfactory, you should have different, I guess, levels of, because you can get somebody who is way on the bottom of satisfactory, and you got somebody who's knocking it out off the charts. And so you mean to tell me you got people who will get the same percentage increase? If somebody was just doing the job, just coming to work every day, just meeting the baseline of providing the services or whatever is done. You got somebody who's bringing additional value to the organization, saving money, improving efficiencies, implementing effective things. So those two people will get the same thing based on that policy?
Commissioner, the way we currently have it, we have an evaluation process that's been implemented. November and December, when those evaluations are due to human resources. And those evaluations are supposed to be reviewed and approved at City Hall. Mr. Masters from Reward Advisory Group, you may recall, presented an alternate scenario whereby there was a very complex matrix where those that were exceeding expectations and those that were just meeting minimum expectations and those employees that were not meeting expectations would receive a range of an increase. It's staff's opinion that the application of that is too complex and it is going to be problematic in defending that. We believe using the current evaluation system, it's better to use there's two competency ratings. There's a goal rating where the supervisor outlines goals and it's reviewed 6 months and on an annual basis if you have made progress towards those goals. And there's yes, and there is a competency rating as well. And if you're not meeting expectation on either one of those, you would not receive a satisfactory evaluation.
And the problem with the other is, you have 133 to 150 employees in the city spread across multiple departments with multiple supervisors and department heads. The difficulty in trying to fine tune the evaluation and break it down into categories other than satisfactory and unsatisfactory brings a high level of subjectivity into the mix, where one supervisor, superintendent, or department head might find what an employee is doing to be only satisfactory. Another department head might find that same level of behavior and performance to be exemplary. So if based upon those evaluations or assessments, one gets more than the standard raise, let's say merit raise, and the other one gets less than, you're probably going to have to expand your HR department substantially to deal with all the complaints by employees who feel like they did as good a job as a person they see in the other department, but that person got an X% raise and they only got a Y% raise. We think it's a much more sophisticated process to try to break down the performance level and award raises at varying percentiles based upon your assessment of the performance. And so that was, and quite frankly, that hasn't been applied. That process has not been applied. And we think the reason it hasn't been applied is because of the complexity. So what we're proposing would be, there's going to be either meeting expectations in those two goals, or you're not. If you're not, you aren't eligible for the raise. If you are eligible for the raise. And that builds some certainty into the process that the people will be advancing through the steps in grade. Didn't mean to jump in there.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. So to fast forward a little bit, the application would be taking your approved salary ranges per job description and breaking them up into the 9 steps. Those are incremental steps from year 1 through year 9. An employee, assuming they receive that step advancement on an annual basis, which is conditioned upon your approval, budgeting those merit increases, as well as them receiving a satisfactory evaluation, they would top out of their range at year 9. Your policy calls for the only increase that employee can then receive is a COLA approved by the commission and or 5% longevity at 5-year intervals.
Beginning at year 10.
Beginning at year 10, yes, sir.
So do you mind? I mean,
Go ahead.
Well, it's kind of a tag team affair because this was a collaborative effort. But
Well, only one person can cross-examine though. So
it's important to understand 2 things. First of all, the COLA is separate and distinct from the stepping grades that we're talking about. It would not be automatic. The COLA wouldn't be, and these stepping grades wouldn't be automatic either. It would be dependent upon 2 things, as Mr. Griffith said. 1, satisfactory ranking by the employee, and secondly, the commission budgeting for approving the step and grade for all employees. So that's the first. Secondly, as he indicated, your longevity pay only kicks in at year 10. Year 1 through 9, you would get the step and grade advances that are contemplated by the old and the new policy. Year 10, you're not eligible for it, but year 10, you would get the longevity pay, which is at about the same level. Now, I'll leave it at that, but it's important that we remember that the commission would retain discretion under our proposal of both types of raises. Neither of them you would not be locked into either, but obviously there'd be at least I guess a presumption that you're going to try to fund the step and pay raises, but you may not be able to fund the COLAs then, or you could fund both, could fund neither. But at least there'd be a pattern for us to apply.
I have a question. So listening at what you guys just presented before we go forward, when you start talking about raises for satisfactory performance, that is the bare minimum. We hope that everybody that we keep is satisfactory. I think that it to be considered at all, it should be exceeding the metrics that is put upon us. For example, like you said, objective or subjective supervisor who's doing the performance evaluations. Well, if you have a measurable objective, which I think should be clearly stated and put forth so that an employer know what's expected, so that they can exceed it. Because you start getting supervisors or managers that this guy's a great employee, but they have personality conflicts or personal conflicts, you're gonna have problems with that. But if a person is clearly exceeding the measurable goals and objectives, that can't play a role in, because this person is exceeding it with the educational part or piece, the attendance, the work ethic, all that stuff there. We'll be able to actually measure their goals, and then you won't have that. That's one thing I want to mention. Secondly, I keep hearing that we passed that last in September. Well, we passed it, but I feel that when we did that survey and we completed all the stuff, this was a very important piece that should have been included, because the folk that gave us the evaluation and came back with everything that we should be doing now as far as the pay grades and how we lined everything up. This is a key component that should have been in there to the step and grade, so that we could have addressed that then, or we would have known. You don't follow me?
Follow you, but
How do we find this out now?
what do
This
you mean, how you
information
find it out
about
now?
we omitted that we had pretty much omitted the step and grade.
You knew at the time you weren't approving the new personnel policy. We kept the old policy and you knew that the old policy still had a step and grade plan in it, or if you'd read it, you'd have known it. What we've tried to do now is take the brackets that you're retaining what you did approve. You approved what, G1 through 30, was it? G1 through 23 on your pay grades. You approved highs and lows for your different ranges. You approved ranges for the different jobs. What we didn't do was provide a definite and I guess you'd say scheduled way of getting from the low range to the high range in each one of those brackets. It was left sort of vague. Well, now we're trying to correct that. So I don't understand, what I mean, we're
I
trying
wanted
to
to point
fix
it out.
now.
Not to do anything different. I wanted to point that out, that we did not consider it. It's obviously we didn't consider it, because actually we considered it now to sort of overlay, as you just said, overlay the two to come up with something that's gonna, I guess, be okay with the people that were at the bottom at the time and the folk that actually, with the clauses that we're addressing now.
Well, you accomplished something. If you remember, you wanted to get to 13.
We
an hour,
did.
Which you did. You accomplished that. And you wanted to put in play some certainty, update your job classifications, update your brackets, and provide for a rating or ranking, the G1 through 23, which you did all that. But now we've come up with what we consider to be, or I would say, is just added details to the plan. So you're basically just adding to the structure by my assessment.
So right now, just so I can understand. How are we with our evaluation? Our evaluations coming from supervisors to you ultimately to approve these raises?
You mean, will they come to me for approval of raises?
No, I'm sorry. Now they come to you to say, yes, this person needs to be on an action plan, or
Actually, they're going to HR.
so, okay,
And then
so.
HR consults with me as to those that appear to be problematic.
Yeah.
It may contribute to what you're asking, so when you do come up, when we do the evaluations, maybe before, like at the beginning of the year, I know we do growth plans, where we set goals ourselves, attainable goals as individual employees that relate to our job responsibilities and duties that we know we can attain. And then at mid-year, we are part of the evaluation process where we evaluate our performance. And then we see where we fall, and then when we're meeting, we see if we need any support, so that at the end of the year for our evaluations, we know whether or not we're gonna be satisfied or we're having issues. Is that part of what we do here? Is that part of the process? So maybe I'm thinking that's part of the question that you're asking, or it goes alongside with it.
He's asking what's the current process whenever you do an evaluation for the purposes of giving a raise, or if there's a request for an increase in pay.
But I think that
What-
the main thing is that the evaluation determines whether or not you're going to, your evaluation determines
Go ahead.
whether or not you're going to get a raise.
Give the process.
Yeah, I have the process in front of me.
And then
actually.
we'll follow back up with questions
I
after you
think
get
it's
the
just gonna come
process.
up. So if you don't mind, sir, I can read it off to you real quick.
But before you do that,
Okay.
because sort of what Mr. Council was saying, but what I was alluding to is this. So city manager said that it's gonna, the other way would be more complex. But the reason why I mentioned that is because the measurable goals would be something that we would be able to hang our hat on and say, when you say, well, people start questioning, either they met or exceeded. We expect for people to meet them. Exceeding, you get rewarded. That's my thoughts on it.
So let's take an example and help me understand as we're
Okay.
talking through this. Let's talk about a refuse handler. They come to work every day. They perform on the back of the truck. They have a good attitude. that don't call out sick and get the job done. Tell me the difference between the one who's satisfactory and the one who's exemplary.
You're gonna be able to tell me that because you're
No,
gonna
I'm
have it in.
asking you
No,
for
no,
the-
no.
For the articulable, I'm asking you to help me define where the measurable, measurables are that define the difference between the satisfactory employee and the one that gets a higher raise on the back of the truck.
Okay, so it's gonna go back to what I think I heard Commissioner Borm say. Is that person trying to learn another job? Is that person trying to cross train in the field that he's in? Is he or she let's say valuable in the area of when they take initiative, they get off of that truck and they go and maybe wash the truck down without being told, stuff like that, showing leadership quality. So those are the things that a supervisor is looking at. I think, the supervisor is looking at, you don't have to micromanage this person. And let's say worker number 2, come to work, does everything else, what you're saying, come to work every day, do his job, his or her job, but doesn't go above and beyond. So you're putting 2 people out there, but one does go above and beyond the scope of duty, which it should be expected to maybe clean your work area or what have you. Some don't. So
So then let me ask a follow-up, and let's assume
Go
that that's the case. Then do you say that the satisfactory person doesn't get any raise and the exemplary person gets a full raise?
that's something we gotta figure out.
So before we
I
get
just
it,
wanted to make sure that they're measurable and they're attainable, measurable, and then we could actually grade it.
so to get me out the weeds for a second, can you give me the policy? We're way deep in the weeds at this point,
Yes.
and it's a slippery slope.
So this is the timeline that was defined by the consultant that gave us the new evaluation criteria and format. In January, the managers would conduct goal-setting exercises with the employees. In June, managers would conduct a mid-year evaluation. In October, the city would define the merit and COLA budget for the coming year. In November, the employees would submit their self-evaluations to the managers. Managers would conduct the year-end evaluations through one-on-one meetings, and the managers would then submit the final recommendation to human resources. In December, the city would approve the merit spend, and managers would communicate this to the employees via one-on-one meetings. In January, the merit increase would go into effect.
So it never goes to the city manager for approval. That's.
So Commissioner, if you look in the personnel policy,
I did ask a question.
and
Not to-
again, I want to cite it for you. So this is more about putting it in practice, and I'll just speak from my experience, because maybe that'll be helpful. So the employees that report to me, I can tell you that I wait to conduct their evaluation until they conduct their subordinates evaluation, because I take into effect how they supervise and coach up their employees. So for instance, right now, Kayla and Brian have completed all their evaluations, and I'm scheduling their evaluation, so I can take into consideration how effective they are. I would only assume that once this process goes fully into effect, that the city manager would do something very similar.
I was trying to take the assumptions out and just ask that question, and I wanted an answer. I didn't need the policy. I need what we do. What are we gonna do that? That's what I asked.
But the policy is the answer. So you got the policy is written, the policy is applied. What you're trying to get is uniformity in both. And so you can have a policy written all day. If you're not following it, then it's not really the policy. It's the practice that's gonna rule, and it's gonna be what's gonna be scrutinized. So what's happening, and the purpose of this meeting is to make sure that the policy and the practice line up with one another. And that's correcting a whole bunch of things historically that may not have necessarily been there or varied based from department to department as it comes in. So if you got that stuff in place, then you get a certain level of continuity.
Thank you for clearing that up, Mayor. And that's exactly what I was asking, alluding to, but I wanted the answers prior to we dig into the policy. I want to know, what are we doing now, practice, versus what the policy actually is and where we're going with it.
The whole purpose of this is to get the commission to give direction so that policy and practice are one and the same. And that's being, and I think part of it is from leadership is looking at the manager and the remainder of the directors who are here. It's having the consciousness to say, hey, we want to fix the problem before it becomes a real problem. And that's the piece that's there. And I think it's the same concern that you have overall. But they're saying, hey, let me get in the habit of echoing the policy whenever the question is asked so that everybody understands what the standard is. And so you're talking about a set of personnel policies to be adopted that have literally been in suggestion for less than a year. And so this is all bringing things full circle. And so there's going to need to be guidance. And I think the question of the example becomes critical because it gives insight to the manager and to staff as to what exceptional looks like, because I don't care how you try to quantify, there's still going to be a certain level of subjectivity that's involved whenever you're evaluating people. And so that's why they're asking, what's your example of over and beyond in specific cases so that everybody kind of understands what's the next step. And I think your example of all those other things brings about a certain level of that, but then there's some other questions that will come from it, but for the sake of time, I want to make sure we get to where we are. If you got another question, then get your question in, and I gotta go to Commissioner Borman and get you back on track on your presentation. Commissioner Borman?
Well, I think all of it been answered for the most part, but again, like, Commissioner was saying, if sound like the department should have, goals and objectives that they're trying to meet, and then everybody have their own individual goals and objectives to meet the department's goals and objectives. And then they have their own personal and professional goals and objectives that they're trying to meet if they want to improve themselves or whatever it may be. And then everything ties into the city, which we're trying to get all that stuff done as it relates to our vision and mission. So I think that's where I think everything needs to go.
Mr. Griffith, for the sake of time, maybe you could go ahead and just briefly outline the plan.
I got it. I'm gonna keep it moving. Trust me. So we're gonna run through it, and if we can, write your questions down. If it's a pressing question that you need to hit right then let me know. We'll go ahead and address it then.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is good exchange of ideas. I do just want to summarize before we outline the plan. You guys put us on this course a while back, and that's where we're at. This is an update of the course that we're on, and we just wanted to explain to you the merit policy and the longevity policy and the recommendation that staff has to kind of keep us on this course. And as Mr. Holmes alluded to earlier, that's going to inform you in your discussion on the union contract. So to kind of put a bow on this, to wrap this up, we're talking about applying the approved bracket salary schedules for each position to the existing personnel pay policy. That would involve taking each bracket and breaking it down into 9 steps. The employee would then be able to advance within that bracket on an annual basis, subject to you approving a merit increase in October or a COLA, excuse me. And then that employee at the 9th year would top out. At the 10th year, they would then begin the longevity cycle, and they would get a 5% at 5-year increments, and they're subject to a COLA increase as well.
But not step and grade. So they top out on their step and pay or step and grade. They get their longevity at 10. But then there is no more step and grade
Then
increase.
they're capped,
Yes,
Within
they're
that-
capped,
Within that category. within
except
that-
for COLA.
except for COLA and or at another 5 years, they get another longevity bump.
And that was the recommendation of Reward Advisory. And it's consistent with your current policy.
Any questions based on what you got thus far?
That would also, by the way, and I said, we didn't want a knee-jerk reaction to the fire union when they came back and said, you took the longevity payout and basically we've got a problem with that. That's the only hangup I'm being advised we have. We didn't want a knee-jerk reaction to that and say, okay, we're going to stay with it. We wanted to look at the plan as it applied to all employees and see what its logic was. And after looking at the logic of it, we would recommend that the longevity plan or pay stay in place And as I'm given to understand it, that would in essence eliminate the one issue that we have in contention on the firefighters contract as well.
We should build in discretion if you end up with an individual who has a salary demand that exceeds your range and is, and it's necessary to bring that person in, for continuity purposes.
I believe there was a clause about city manager having some discretion to address those issues. And as you point out correctly, I mean, there is no table that you can apply to human affairs that's going to cover every situation. But this would cover the majority of them and at least add certainty for the most part to to the whole process. And then you'd have to have some discretion left, as you indicated, in the climate we're in today. And the table, I understand that numbers, as they say, what figures don't lie, but liars sometimes figure. I hear that. But when you look at, all we did was go back and look at the basics of how many employees we have that are 0 to 5 years, 73, 5 to 10, 23, 10 to 15, 14, 15 to 29, 20 to 25, 7, 25 to 34, 30 to 35, 2, and 35 to 41. Obviously, the vast majority on that bar graph of our people are from 0 to 5 years. And then when you look at the table that shows we're losing people last year, 46% of those we lost left to go to other opportunities. You see that we don't get people for the most part up to the higher levels or the longer term durations. And as I think Commissioner Jones pointed out on an earlier occasion, when we were talking about rehiring people if they left within 6 months, when you lose these people and you have to bring new people in, there's a cost to all of us to train them back up. So in what we've described, assuming there's money for the commission to approve the step in pays for everybody and or the COLAs, you'd be able to at least tell an employee when they come on, you're going to come on at this level. But, if you maintain satisfactory, or if the commission decides they want a different standard other than satisfactory, you're going to have a presumed or at least an anticipated increase each year until you hit your 10-year, and then you're going to have a 5% increase at that point as well. So it gives some of the employees something to look forward to in terms of their pay raises.
Any questions?
I just got a comment in terms of, when we commit to that and we say, well, if you're satisfactory or you're exemplary, whatever it may be, everybody get that 150 employees, year over year, that has to be in the budget. So the thing with that is, where does the money come from when you're getting based off your tax base? And if we're not a profit center where we're producing, we don't produce any product to sell. So everything go based off of tax base, our taxes. And so
Your employees are funded out of different funds. You got some from the general fund, but you got some from the enterprise funds. So it's not all across the board out of the general fund. You've got
majority though, correct?
We estimated, and this is just an estimate, so worst case estimate, but it would be about $135,000 annually to the general fund, which would be a 2% hit to your reserve balance, which is currently sitting at 29% of operating.
And that will be including their benefits as well, because you calculate the whole.
Yeah, so what we did is we estimated on the high side based upon the step movement. Yeah, since it's an incremental, or it's trying to describe this easiest way, but it's a percentage off the base. So when you move from step to 1 or 1 to 2, that's larger than if you move from step 2 to 3. So what we estimated was the percentage you go from 1 to 2, which is on the high side for every grade that you have.
The percentage that we've estimated would not be applied to on a cumulative basis. So if you came in at $10 an hour, and let's say the step is 5%, the first year you get if you came in at $10 an hour, the first year you get a raise at the 50 cent level. the next year, when you're making 1050, you don't get 5% of the 1050, you go back and you only get the 5% of the original base.
Okay,
So it's not a cumulative each
Okay.
year, so you get 5% on top of
right.
what you got last year. It's all, the percentage is all linked back to your original base.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Any questions at this point?
Did we consult with anybody in reference to this outside? Someone who deals with what we're talking about right now at all?
Commissioner Jones, that is a very good question. We looked back at the actual recommendation from Tom Masters at Reward Advisory Group. Tom, you may recall, gave us our personnel policy with an underline and strike through edit and comments based upon their recommendation. These are consistent with their recommendations.
Any other questions? I'll ask the question nobody's gonna ask. Compression. At some point, you're gonna have to have a policy that deals with compression once you hit 9 years. And if you find yourself in a position where you got retention. And so don't answer it, it's food for thought. And we'll go from there. You can answer?
I can attempt to, sir.
Go ahead.
Or at least maybe I can offer something up for the or for the discussion. So your current policy, after the 9th year, when you hit 10-year, you get that 5% and then 5% every 5 years. It actually speaks to keeping up with inflation. The COLA would still move that person in relation to the bracket, even though they've topped out and they're outside of their bracket. So that person would not see compression in that sense due to inflation.
You'd see it. You may be able to offset it, but you're gonna see it. I think the other thing is, and I think the other thing that goes along with that, so the other piece of the answer to that question is the commission has ability to change the charts at any time.
Absolutely.
And that's something you need to review on an annual basis.
Absolutely.
So that's that piece. Any other questions from the commission as it relates to this? Before we move into part 2 and we start having true deliberation as to what is where we are. Any other questions from the commission? Any questions from the audience? So does anybody have any questions at this time? This is quiet. Smith, got any questions? Okay, we're gonna get to your part. So, if there are no further questions as it relates to this portion, at this point, the commission has an opportunity to deliberate as it pertains to what's been presented before us as to what's your pleasure, your concerns, your thoughts. Because we're in a workshop, we don't need a motion. It can be done by way of direction so that we can move forward. So I'll start with Commissioner Campbell. No comments from Commissioner Campbell. Commissioner Jones?
I reserve the right to speak later.
You got a right to speak whenever. You don't have to reserve it. Just press that button. Commissioner Borum?
I'm still absorbing everything, but I just want to thank them for all the work that they put into this and just absorbing everything right now.
Okay. Commissioner McCaskill?
Just thank you for all the hard work you put in. I trust staff and the work that you all put in and Mrs. Jones, and again, just looking forward to hear deliberation and more before we move forward as far as making and giving it any direction, but everything sounds good to me, and I'm not opposed to anything right now.
Okay, so what we have right now is, at this point, I haven't heard anything in objection. Is it safe to say there's nothing at this point that is a clear objection to what we've heard thus far?
I would say so on my part, Mayor.
I don't have a clear objection.
Mr. Jones?
But I don't have a clear objection.
But you got concerns.
I do have some concern. That's it's a lot of information presented, just like when we had the consultant come in. Pushing a lot of things forward without being able to analyze and be fair. And I want the employees to know it's not a hesitation not to reward good workers, employees, I should say it that way. But I want to make sure that we don't put the city in a bad position. Start talking about tapping in reserves, and I think the mayor brought up the point that, you know, the compression, have we thought about that? It's a lot that's brought up quickly to make a decision. I just like to see it. And then another thing about the 46% of the people that resign to look for other opportunities. Well, that's a trend. That's all over America. People don't stay on jobs for 30 years anymore because they move around for other opportunities. Because once you get skilled, you go somewhere else. Now you have leverage. That's what that's called. I think we all know that. So I don't think throwing money is gonna be the answer as well. Money helps, but I just want to make sure that we make the best decision for employees as well as the city to be in the same position. Secondly, when we're looking for a new city manager, I want to just make sure that when we make some decisions that they're going to be able to stomach and manage the positions that we are in at the time. And that's not saying that we're automatically putting the city in a bad position, but I'm just saying the opportunities. I would like to pigeonhole anyone into something. But the mayor just clarified that as well, that it'll come back to the board. So it's just a lot of information at one time and I just want to voice my concern.
So you're in strange economic times. That's the first piece of it. Money makes the world go round at the end of the day. Be conscious of the decisions that you make. This decision is only 2% of your reserves. Your reserves are well above your standard. And also understand that if you got that kind of turnover, you may find yourself in a position if you don't take certain actions at this point, understanding what's coming in 26. And I can promise you 15 won't be the bottom, won't be the floor in 26. That was anticipated by the government, but the way we're moving and the amount of money that's flowing in this country right now and the adjustments that are being made just off of the market, what people are losing in their pensions and all this other stuff, you're going to find yourself in a position where you consciously are going to have to you got to go back in and put some more money on the table for employees, because at the end of the day, what you don't want is for grown men and women to make less than their kids at Wendy's and to be put in a position where they have to make the difficult decision of separating just so that they can continue to make ends meet or deal with some offer that comes from private corporations or comes from larger governmental entities. And that's the pigeonhole when you're trying to find somebody to be on the back of the trash truck or on the back of in the back seat of the fire truck, and there's nobody left. And so those are the pieces you have. And it's not just those departments, not the police department, it's every department. So as you begin to think of what's in place, understand that the fiscal year ended 30 September. We're now a quarter out. And there needs to, and so as you continue to deliberate, understand that everybody in this audience and the other 100 folks who aren't here are waiting for an answer as to how they begin to plan their future. So that's just food for thought for everybody. I think the questions and the concerns voiced thus far have been good. And I think the preparation put in place by staff as it relates, Mrs. Griffith's presentation. With the support of everyone else who joined in and Mr. Holmes who continued the cross-examination. I think it definitely gives a strong guideline as to what your thoughts are, but it's something that you guys have to put into place. But let's transition based upon what we've heard, I think, to the other piece, and then it sounds like we're going to be making some collective decision based upon what the commission has. We're about halfway through our allotted time, so I think the conversation of what's requested versus what's been presented can easily be summarized in a simplistic form. And so who's taking that?
Well, I'll try to do it very simply. Our recommendation is going to be that we take the brackets and the steps that the commission approved as a result of the salary and compensation study, which were the 1 through 23 levels of employees, and the brackets of the different job categories, high and low pay range. And we apply to that a step and grade plan that is essentially, in concept at least, what you had in your old policy of a 9-step plan topping out in the 10th year. And that an employee who receives a satisfactory evaluation would be eligible for that step in grade pay raise if the commission approved it and budgeted for it. And in addition to that, if the commission had extra funds and felt the climate was such so that it was warranted, you could approve a COLA as well. We have attempted to look at the numbers across the board, and the average of our step in grades, the average, when you average all of the raises, would be about 4.6%, 4.7%. Across the board coverage, 5.5. Okay, would be 5.5% to the base, not
And the-
cumulative.
And the subsequent steps?
Yes, sir. The subsequent steps
Is there
are
a
small.
decline?
And
What we can do, we bring it back, we can show you what the incremental percentage off of basis. One of those grade levels.
Right.
And remember, that's not cumulative. So that 3.5 would be actually the original base, not to what you were last making. And that the longevity pay stay in place because that longevity pay, it looks to us like there was logic behind it in that you top out after 9 and 10 years as your longevity pay. And after that, you don't get step in grade increases. You would only get COLAs until you make another 5 years.
Right.
And so that's going to be that's the recommendation of staff.
So transitioning to professional firefighters. Is it retro? Based upon retroactive, based upon where we were fiscal year, from the beginning of the fiscal year, or what? Are we not pro temp back to 30 September?
No, that's a very good question, sir. No, everybody is slotted within their range. So for instance, if you're at the second quartile right now in your range, you would be slotted at that second or third step, whatever you're closest to. So there's no need to be retro. Are you speaking in terms of if we adopt it in March, you want to take it back in October?
Are you speaking of longevity or are you speaking of the steps?
Longevity, someone already
Has their annual date?
one, have 12 years.
Longevity is still in practice, sir. That never stopped.
So nothing goes back that we would have to pay somebody unless we do it months after we make the decision.
We were not proposing that. We are adhering to the timeline that was set forth when the salary schedule was adopted. So,
So the answer is no, no retro.
So as it relates to, so we're moving to item one, going back to item one for conversation purposes. As it relates to what we have with the collective bargaining agreement for professional fire services, where are we? What's the position of the firefighters as it pertains to what you've just heard? And is there a discord as it relates to what's currently presented based versus what's being requested? And so, Mr. Smith, you can come up, and Mr. Holmes, while he's coming up, you can, I guess we'll get a position statement at this point.
I think some of the stuff we've heard today, we haven't seen yet. So we'll need to see some of those documents and we'll have to go over them before we can check yes or no on any of it.
Without locking you into a commitment, are there any concerns based upon what you've heard thus far compared to what you requested?
There's probably a couple, but it really depends on what we see in writing. Because all we've heard is bits and pieces, and we need to just go through it and make sure we hear everything or read everything. So, I mean, there's a couple things that concern us. But we have to go through and read and make sure we're getting it all.
And so just for the commission's purposes, and having not been engaged in whatever negotiations you've had in place, are there any concerns that you want to articulate today?
We came here today to talk about longevity. That was the only thing. We'll have to look at the policy that's being presented, the merit-based pay raise. We'll have to look at that because that was never a product of discussion, but we'll just have to look at all of it. There's really nothing that I can sit here and say to any of you until we've read it fully and understand it.
Reading is fundamental.
Yes.
Mr. Holmes?
No, I'll reserve comment. The longevity would remain intact.
As it currently sits, which was the sticking point
Yeah.
for the most part as it pertains to where we are. Everything else is just housekeeping matters, right? Just making sure that languages comply. So the major sticking point of what you had in place with your CBA has been addressed. And depending on what the language is, it looks as though there's going to be common ground, for lack of any other term.
It could be.
Subject to.
Nothing crazy in there, but obviously I'll see it to make sure.
Okay. All right. So, anything else?
No, I think we're good.
All right. Haven't heard what we've heard thus far. We still have about 50 minutes left. Any concerns from anybody in the audience at this point as to what we have in place? It's always a scary thing. So, looks like we're making some progress.
At least we have a blueprint, Mayor, if the commission wants to tweak it or change it, or, that's what blueprints are for.
Now what I need is for the commission to give the final direction so that staff can move forward based upon what's been presented. And at this point, it'll be done through consensus without any action being taken today, but it will definitely be clear direction, which allows staff to put stuff in motion and for council to be able to draft the appropriate documents and meet with the language to do what we need to do. So I will approach commission again. Any parting comments from Mr. Griffith, Ms. Jones, council, Mr. Holmes, continuing around the room, Commissioner McCaskill? Nothing?
Staff recommendation.
So at this point, Commissioner McCaskill is in favor of the recommendation that's been presented by staff. At this point, Commissioner Borum.
I'm good with the blueprint.
Ditto for Commissioner Borum. Commissioner Jones.
Again, Mayor, this is just giving them some direction. so
Right.
can
They-
kinda get
so-
moving so that.
What I want to make sure of is that staff understands what concerns the commission has, as well as the concerns that are in the audience and the concerns from the firefighter union as it relates to moving forward with bringing you a final draft back next year. And, or whenever there's gonna be an opportunity to close this out. But that can't, the only way that can be done without us coming in here and rehashing all of this stuff is to go ahead and put a record on today as to what your concerns are so they can be addressed. And then it can be, and those things, those issues can be resolved. So we're gonna expect the union and staff to get together to continue to make sure that that language is approved by both parties, moving that piece forward, and that it complies with the spirit of what's been put in place today. Commissioner Jones.
Only the piece about the evaluation, to make sure that they're marked in the
Which piece? About
satisfactory.
the terminology, so defining the terms as it relates to satisfactory versus.
Exemplary. I personally feel that exemplary should be marked.
So I think that what we'll, if I may, Mayor, it might be helpful, like we do, like you would with a blueprint for a house, for us to put something in place. And then when the commission considers it next, if there's a door that the commission wants moved, then by vote, the commission can move the door. I have a lot of questions about the evaluation process. One of which being, are you able to assess an employee on something that's not within their job description? So if you build the employee's job description so that the refuse handler is supposed to wash the trucks, or is supposed to wash trash cans, or is supposed to do whatever, then, I guess that you can judge him on doing those things. But if that's not in his job description, then I have questions about whether or not you can downgrade the person who does everything in the job description and upgrade the person that does something more. So that's my question. And I'm just raising questions. Like I said, we'll put the door wherever the commission wants it. But I think I need to put the door someplace in the blueprint, and then have y'all specifically discuss it and say that you want to change whatever it is that you want to change, by vote of the commission.
Well, that sounds good. My thing is, if we're gonna legislate it, we should put, we're raising the bar. We're talking about giving, but we have to get something as well, because we're gonna give, we are giving. But you start talking about it, I think that, I think accepting, I think we just had a speaker at our last conference was talking about mediocrity and stuff like that, and setting the bar and expectation. And I just feel that we probably should we can actually use exemplary and also put the example out there. So any employee won't be in the blind of what's expected. And again, the supervisor is going to be able to say, it is this, they meet, they exceed. And it's going to be the same, but your terminology of satisfactory will be easy for any employee to say, I come to work, I'm present, I'm here, I do what I'm told to do. And that he won't be excluded from any raises. But if you put in, you raise the bar, this is where we're spending our money. And you could get this money, but you have to come to work and you have to give us your best.
That's for the commission to decide.
So
Like I said,
So with that commentary, my question becomes, is there a difference between a raise and a promotion? Because that's, I think that's where the discussion comes in as to whether certain behaviors are dictate promotion, or whether certain behaviors dictate a raise. And so, but that's a question that you guys have to answer at some point. And, and so it depends on what the standard is at that point, Commissioner Boyle.
I think it can tie into something along those lines, because if you do it on a regular basis, in terms of, if you just do it one time, then maybe that's not tying to promotion. But if you can continuously exceed the expectation, and then you're showing that you're going to better yourself in with certifications or improving your education and different things of that nature, those kind of things that tie into promotions. And, example, like when we have our staff is recommended or recognized for the employee of the month, those type things. So those things, tie into incentives. And so that's what we need to make sure that we continue to,
Make sure your policies comply with the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. That's my advice for you, because there are a whole bunch of lawyers out there that'll be watching your policies and your practices.
Just
So,
making sure that everybody's able to perform. I mean, just thinking about being able to perform at your fullest potential. Because me performing at my fullest potential may not look like yours.
well,
So we gotta be very careful with that.
substantial fairness and fair play. Enough of that conversation. Commissioner Jones, anything else that you have as it relates to recommendations before we move forward?
Yeah, maybe consult, someone a subject matter expert that actually.
I hate that term. Subject matter expert is you already have an employment lawyer who's in place. You got an HR professional. You got a lawyer sitting over there. You got another lawyer sitting there, and you got people who've been on the job for years. So, they've already consulted. I can tell you, they already consulted with the lawyers outside who specialize in employment as it pertains to certain matters. So, what else you have as we move forward?
That's my comment.
All right, Commissioner Campbell, anything else in closing?
No, sir, I'm fine.
Okay, so recommendation seems to be clear at this point. The time is 5:12. And if there's nothing else from the audience, we're gonna stand adjourned on this workshop. You ready? All right, everybody. I feel like I'm in the library now. We're gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is going to be our December 8th, 2022 City of Palatka meeting. At this time, we're gonna have our invocation by Chaplain Alonzo Mulberry, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And so will everyone please stand with me?
Father, we thank you once again for this day. Thank you for your love and kindness and for the multitude of your tender mercy. We thank you, God, for how you blessed us throughout the day. You kept us. You brought us together again. Thank you for these that have come. Pray your blessing upon your people. Continue to lead, guide, and direct. Give us instruction in what things we must do to further the cause of the city. Pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Tammy McCaskey. Here. Commissioner Justin Campbell.
Present.
Commissioner Will Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Rufus Gorham.
Present.
Mayor Terrell Hill.
Here.
All members are present and accounted for. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next up is public recognitions and presentations. First up is 8 years of service from me. At this time, I have no idea what this is. And before we do that, we'll do the approval of the minutes. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes from November 10th?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Mayor, could I ask your cooperation by coming up here? Cooperation. And you're gonna read the bio. So, at this time, Mayor, we'd like to recognize you for your distinguished service to the city of Palatka as mayor of your last term. We thought we'd take just a second to read the brief bio that you have. I think Sonia put that out before, but this bio is not up to date. But anyway, we go ahead and read it.
Thank you. Terrell Hill was born and educated in Palatka, Florida. He's the son of Jerome Hill and Annie Ruth Miller. He's a 1990 graduate of Palatka High School. Upon graduating from Palatka High, he earned a football scholarship to Howard University in Washington, D.C. In 1994, he earned a bachelor's degree in business administration with a concentration in marketing. And in 1996, he graduated first in his program with a Master of Science degree in athletic administration, sports marketing. In 1996, Attorney Hill received a full scholarship from the Florida Bar Foundation to attend the University of Florida Levin College of Law. In 1999, Attorney Hill earned his Juris Doctorate degree from the University of Florida and was admitted to practice law in the state. In November of 1999, he opened Terrell Hill, PA in his hometown here in Palatka, Florida. This law firm office specializes in personal injury, wrongful death, criminal, and medical malpractice. Attorney Hill is an active member of the National Bar Association, the Virgil Hawkins Florida chapter of the National Bar Association, Putnam County Bar Association, the Florida Academy of Trial Lawyers, and the Hatchet Bar Association. His dedication to his community is evidenced by his involvement in organizations such as Young Men with a Purpose Mentor Group, the City of Palatka Code Enforcement Board, Georgia Pacific Community Advisory Board, Safe Historic Central Academy, CDC, Board of Directors for the Partnership with Strong Families, President of the Palatka Police Athletic League, Board of Directors for Community Partnership for Children, Board of Directors of St. John's River State College Foundation, founder of the Youth Explosion of Palatka, Inc., Board of Directors for St. John's Habitat for Humanity, Board of Directors for Putnam County of Arts and Sciences Charter School, Putnam County Affordable Housing Coalition, Executive Board of Directors and Lead General Counsel for Putnam Pop Warner Association, the NAACP. He also coached high school football and baseball. Attorney Hill is also a member of the Greater Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church and Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Inc., and was inducted to the Putnam County Black History Hall of Fame. In 2012, Mr. Hill was recognized by the National Bar Association Impact as one of the top 40 lawyers under 40. Mayor Hill was elected to the City Commission in November 2014. He has served 2 terms in office. Prior to service on the commission, Mayor Hill served on the city's code enforcement board. During his tenure as mayor, he served on numerous boards and committees on the state and local levels, including serving as president of the Florida League of Mayors, the Putnam County Chamber of Commerce Board, and the city's police pension board. We ask that staff recognize Mayor Hill for his service.
While that's a general bio and impressive in and of itself, I'd like to, on behalf of staff, simply note a couple of things. I won't attempt to note everything that's been accomplished during the administration, but I will mention a couple of key footnotes to the equation from my perspective. And one is this: under your leadership, and as of right now, the city of Palatka has 40 capital improvement projects in process as we speak, valued at a little over $60 million. As we said here, those range from replacement of potable water lines, which our original lines date back to the late 1800s, believe it or not, to the streetscapes and reconstruction of streets that you're seeing in process, which I realize at times are inconvenient, but in the long run are going to be such an improvement over what we've had in the past. And again, without taking up too much time to already inflate his ego, which doesn't need any, I will mention that the financial health of a municipality is maybe the most significant feature by which you judge its overall health. Mayor Hill took office in 2015. In 2017, our reserves, the reserves that we have that are already committed to funding something that is budgeted and that we are required to pay for. In other words, the surplus we have in our checking account was 9% of our overall budget, and which was below, by the way, what the state recommends for a municipality that has acceptable health rating. As of right now, it's 31%. So we've gone from which is an achievement in a day and a time of rising costs, construction costs, labor costs, and everything else you can think of. So without belaboring the point, I will simply say that I would think that you can consider your term in leadership as a success. And it's my honor to present to you this plaque, which is reads to the Honorable Mayor Terrell L. Hill for your distinguished service as the mayor of the city of Palatka, January 5, 2015 till January 9, 2023. It's been a pleasure serving. You know, I lost for words. I knew you were gonna say something.
Without belaboring, I guess without dragging this out too far. First and foremost, thank you to God, who's ahead of my life, and without my Lord and Savior, none of this would be possible. I've been on an assignment since I came here, and the assignment was simply to love thy neighbor as thyself and to teach a community that was considered to be a dying community how to love. And the way you love is through sacrifice. And so you sacrifice money, you sacrifice time, you sacrifice everything you can for Palatka, because Palaka's home. Palaka's where I came from. I'm just a young boy from Eagle Street in public housing, born to a single mother with all the odds against me. Over the course of 8 years, my mother died. My dad died 8 months later. Still haven't missed a meeting. But those were the things, the hard work and the work ethic were things that I was taught. My dad taught me never to let your circumstances define your situation. And my mother taught me that I could do all things through Christ who strengthens me. But I also learned from my grandmother in all thy ways to acknowledge him and he'll direct your path. So God has ordered my steps. Don't feel sorry for me because I still practice law. I've been blessed. And I can tell you over the last month, my heart rate's gone down a little bit. So, but we're leaving the city healthy. We're leaving the city in a position where it's no longer dying, but it's prospering. I know most people complain about the roads being torn up, but the only reason they're being torn up because they're being fixed. We used to complain about the parks being empty. Now we complain about the parks being new, and now we just need the kids to be in the park. So things are changing. We got more houses being built today than we had in 17 years prior. We've got new businesses coming in. We've got new restaurants. Everything's new. The Gym City of St. Johns River is getting a new polishing, and I'm excited about what's coming. I'm excited about the future, and now I get a chance to be in the back of the room. I always say it doesn't matter where you lead from. You can be in the front or the back. I could be the chief, the Indian, or the horse. You can lead from wherever. And so I'm just excited about what's happening for Palatka. My closing wish for Palatka is that Palatka will be more like what we're commemorating with John Henry Pop Lloyd in the field at Booker Park. That Palatka will be just like baseball, where when we let everybody play, we'll know just how good it can be. When this community truly embraces its creed and we begin to love each other regardless of how we look, how much money we have, or what side of town we're from, and we erase that imaginary Mason-Dixon line, then Palatka is going to be the real Gym City of the St. Johns River, the Gym City of Florida, because it's the last true snapshot. So without anything else to be said, we got the kids here, and I'll just tell you what I learned at 8 years old. And it simply says, I am somebody. If my mind can't conceive it and my heart can't believe it, I know I can achieve it. I'm somebody blessed, somebody that's been destined for greatness because God's ordered my steps. Each of you young people in this room have the ability to do what I did and more. If you just listen to your parents, trust God, and continue to make good decisions. So in closing, lead, continue to be your best, and don't let anybody teach you that. Don't treat anybody as if you're better than them. And so Palatka, I love you. I've appreciated the 8 years. It's been wonderful, but I'm looking forward to what's going to come in the future, and the best is yet to come for me. I'm 50 years old now, so I got an AARP card, and I'm going to have a whole bunch more time in my hand. So again, thank you to the city of Palatka for everything. Next up, student of the month, November 2022. This is probably the bittersweet piece. It's the last time I get to do student of the month. Student of the month is special for me because it's an opportunity for us truly to recognize our young people who've done well. It is, to me, it's the first step in truly recognizing tomorrow's leaders. But before we recognize them, we want to make sure that we recognize all the families who are here today with students who are being recognized as well as extended friends. So if you're here with a student in support, as a neighbor, as a friend, as a godparent, a grandparent, please stand up at this time because it takes a village to raise a child. Secondly, usually in the back of this room, not been able to fit in here. Hopefully one day we get a room that's a little bigger. We're gonna have our educators back there, and those are the folks who make tireless sacrifices, who spend their money and their time to make sure that our children are being provided with the best education and the most love that they can get. And so they oftentimes sacrifice and it's not ever recognized, or they don't get enough thank yous and enough I love yous to matter. But today we want to make sure we say thank you and that we love them for all that they do. Let's recognize them as well. Now we'll do student of the month, and students, as you come forward, you'll come forward with the representative from the school. We'll assemble across the front of this room as best we can. Then we'll take a brief recess and take a picture for the newspaper with just the students only. From there, we will, during that recess, also take time for everyone to commemorate this moment and take pictures for their family members. And so this is a special moment, so take your time, take your pictures for your kids and make sure that you recognize this. And we look forward to seeing you back again as a student of the month in the future. And so at this time, we're gonna go ahead and start our student of the month for November 2022. And I think we have some from October to be here as well.
This is the December Students of the Month. We have one from November, Mr. Stone.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna call Palatka High School, Palatka Junior Senior High School, Stone Thompson, come up first. Stone Thompson here. Stone Thompson isn't here. Okay. And so also, there's a disclaimer, I will mess up names. And there's at least 3 per time that I'll mess up and blame it on my head, but not my heart. Next up, from Brown and Pierce Elementary School, Melissa Hidalgo. You have a representative from Brown and Pierce? Somebody please join her. From Children's Reading Center Charter School, Zuri Jozil. That's it, right? Well, I came close. From Hillcrest Academy, Bodie Magic. James A. Long Elementary School, Cott Hall. Kelly Smith Elementary School, Bryn Bernard. From Melanin Learning Center, Pre-K, Remington Head. Melanin Learning Center, K through 12, Ladarius Graham. Council, will you take those for me? Mosby Elementary School, Wilmer Torres. Palatka Junior Senior High School, Serenity Richards. Canal Baptist Academy, Kay Rainey. Kai Rainey. And for Putnam Academy of Arts and Science, Wyatt McGahee. So guys, we are extremely proud of you. We're proud of your success and your recognition and your sacrifices to become students of the month. And again, I'm going to repeat this and I need you to repeat it with me. It's real simple. It says, I am somebody. Come on now. I am somebody. I am somebody. If my mind can conceive it and my heart can believe it, I know I can achieve it because I am somebody. Guys, we are proud of you. we're gonna stand in recess right now, so we can take a photograph of the new Go back on record as soon as Ms. Killebrew gets done. Ah, you're supposed to say that early.
Do we?
Here we go. We're gonna go ahead and go back on the record at this time. In the spotlight, Employee of the Month, Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I just want to say thanks first of all for 2022 year, the opportunity to actually present Employee of the Month and to recognize our employees here at the city of Palatka. From all of the feedback that we've gotten, we have been able to recognize 11 exemplary employees that have really possessed qualities that the city is looking for. So on this occasion here with all the nominees, thanks first of all to our sponsors that has made this possible to give each employee some token of appreciation during this time. So our sponsor for the month of December is Two Sisters LLC. And the Employee of the Month that we would like to recognize is Rebecca Jones.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, city staff. I just want to echo Ms. Jones's comments, and we thank you for allowing me to take this time and recognize our employees across the city. And Mrs. Jones is my administrative assistant, and she's been a godsend. She's been responsible for payroll, purchasing, processing payments, grant work, updates for any and everything, and administrative work across the board helping me. We couldn't do what we do daily without her help, and we appreciate it. And we thanks for the time to recognize her for that.
You guys can speak ready?
Say thank you to Taylor for the recognition. Although it's not my thing to be recognized just because I'm just not that type of person. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate him. I think he really and truly should be the one in this position just because, you know, of his position and everything that he deals with on a day-to-day basis. And so I'm thankful to him. I'm thankful to all of our staff that has welcomed me in my first year and helped me get through everything, and thankful to the city. And I'm thankful that I get to be your last one.
Thank you. Congratulations. Sneaking your picture.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Before I get to our happy birthday for the city, I want to make sure that I take this time out to recognize former mayor, I always call him Mayor Emeritus, Carl N. Flagg. And so crack the flag. What's that address again?
Not Susan Raymond.
He knows what I'm talking about. Also, Ms. Kitchens is in the back of the room, former city commissioner, Laker Kitchens. I want to recognize our mayor-elect, Robbie Correa, who's in the room as well. Congratulate her. And I want to take a point of privilege. I got two guys in the front of the room that look exactly alike, who came in from FAMU. And so my nephews, John and Javon, will you stand up? John, Javon. And also, I got a few of my biggest supporters in this room. My sister who thinks she's my mother, as well as additional sisters who are here. We got extended family members who are here. Will y'all all please stand at this time? I just appreciate all your sacrifices, all your time. That means you have to actually get out of the seat. So I appreciate that. Teresa, and what I appreciate everything you guys do, all the support and all the sacrifices, and I love you to pieces and nothing you can do about it. And so again, just thank you guys for everything and thank you to the city. We're also celebrating 170 years, the birthday of the city of Palatka, on January 8th, 2023. And in order to celebrate the birthday, there's a proclamation that goes along with that. And the proclamation reads as follows.
Thank you. Whereas Palatka has long been an integral part of the history of the state of Florida, from its early Native American inhabitants to the European settlement of East Florida, and later through the expansion of territorial days and statehood. When the U.S. Army established a military outpost at a strategic location on the St. Johns River known as Fort Shannon or Fort Number 5 during the Seminole Wars, citizens began to move in, establish homes, businesses, roads, and a post office to benefit incoming residents and assist in the improvement of the territory of the state. Whereas the town of Palatka was first chartered and established as the county seat of the newly created Putnam County by the Florida legislature on January 13th, 1849. Many of its founding fathers were Supreme Court justices, a governor, lawyers, statesmen, civic leaders, and entrepreneurs who were instrumental in the political history of the state. Following the Civil War, Colonel Hubbard L. Hart made the area a tourist destination by promoting the steamboat industry for the next 60 years. Palatka was known as the gem city of the St. Johns because of its charm and beauty. And whereas on January 8th, 1853, the town was officially rechartered as the city of Palatka by the state legislature for the purpose of providing a local government to its citizens. The charter provided for an elected mayor and city aldermen until January 27th, 1924, when a new charter was adopted that established a more modern form of government with an elected commission consisting of one mayor commissioner and 4 at-large commissioners, which exists to this day. Whereas Palatka suffered a devastating fire on November 7th, 1884, with great loss. But the citizens rebuilt the town from the ashes as a more modern masonry town of the 1880s with a mass transit system of mule-drawn trolleys, and it became known as a tourist mecca of the South. Industries such as Wilson Cypress Company, which shipped lumber all over the world, were established. Whereas the city of Palatka annexed its sister city, the Palatka Heights, in 1921. And by 1930, Palatka had entered the ranks of modern cities with subdivisions, 35 miles of paved city streets, parks, a Donald Ross designated golf course, a county jail, 2 hospitals, a high school, and a library. Today, Palatka contains hundreds of miles of paved streets and sidewalks, numerous parks and schools, historic districts, museums, galleries, industries, commerce, medical facilities, municipally owned cemeteries, water, sewer, and gas utilities, and an airport. Now therefore, I, Terrell Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby proclaim that January 8th, 2023, as the 170th birthday of the City of Palatka, and urge all citizens to join the City Commission in recognizing and celebrating this historic occasion. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 8th day of December in the year of our Lord 2022.
So moved.
Motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Mayor-elect, would you come forward and receive this proclamation at this time? Let's give a round of applause for the city of Palatka. Let's give another round of applause. Next up is public comment. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. If you're here for public comment, please fill out the yellow speakers card to the left of the room. Mr. Vickers, come forward at this time. As you come forward, give your name and address so that we'll have it for the record, and we will begin public comment at this time. Your 3 minutes it'll take 3 minutes for you to get there. You're at 2:15.
Good evening to all of you. My name is Askew Vickers, 207 North 18th Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177, P.O. Box 32178. I don't know where you go now. Anyway, I came here for two purposes. One, to let people realize what a great mayor you've been. You've achieved and accomplished things that over the past 50 years I've been around, that nobody has blazed the trail that you have and accomplished what you have done. I think you should be awarded and appreciated more than you are because you have done a great job. I've been coming here for over 50 years. And what you've done, and I'm not all 100% of everything, but I'll give you 90-some% of it.
We'll take it.
But all of you commissioners, you have done a good job. But I want you to rise up and do a great job. And what this thing says, or what, or yes, we can. You can do it. Because there's a lot of work to be done that you, he's leaving you with a workload. And I want to start, I'm not gonna bring it up tonight because about 3 minutes gonna be expired before I get through with it. But it's entailing the tail wagging the dog and dark night. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here for public comment at this time? Seeing no one else here for public comment, we'll close public comment. We will move on to our agenda items. First up is the consent agenda. Consent is item number 5. It consists of items A through M on the consent agenda. I have one card for 5M. Are there any other items besides 5M that we wish to have off the agenda at this time? DEO grant.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as printed, excluding item M.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? There's a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to 5M, I have a speaker card. Ms. Kitchens, if you want to come forward at this time, we'll entertain your question.
Alika Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. I don't have a question. I just want to tell you I support this grant from DEO, but I wanted to give you a suggestion. Back in 1981, the state of Florida got the University of Florida School of Architecture to do a historical survey of the buildings in Palatka. I believe it was at minimal cost. So once you get this grant, you might want to look at getting the University of Florida School of Architecture students to come back and do the survey. I think it would save you some money.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on this motion? Not, let's read the caption.
Thank you, sir. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the execution of the grant agreement funding and technical assistance grant to update the historic preservation cultural resource survey of the North and South Historic District through the Department of Economic Opportunity, an amount of $30,000, amending the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget accordingly and providing for scrivener's errors.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Questions called, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 6 of the agenda, adopt resolution 2022 R217, authorizing an extension of the performance period for the contract with DB Civil for South 14th and South 15th Street drainage for 45 days. Ms. Gano.
Marcia Gano, project manager. Ms. Krantz, if you can show the presentation. So brought some pictures to share some of the progress. Basically, you can see here on the slides, the upper left-hand corner, you know, it's not as dramatic of a change as we saw last month, but it is certainly significant. You're seeing the sidewalks are in, handicap ramps, curbs. What you see there is the areas are graded and ready for sod. So there's been a lot of digging.
Looks like a street.
Looks like a street. And so if you go to the next part.
Here's the progress that we've charted so far. You can see asphalt is slated for the 28th of December. So the push is between now and then, just to get ready with everything else. Prior to that, are there any questions?
Question, one question I have, well, do y'all have any before and after? I mean, thought we were gonna take.
Oh, we have lots of before.
You got
Unfortunately, it was.
more than you want
before.
to see.
Yeah, those are the type things that we can show the community, the progress the city is making, because there's a lot of times people have comments that they make and say, hey, you guys are not doing anything. We can show the citizens that we are making progress, and here's what it looked like before and here's what it looked like now. So that's what.
That's an excellent point. So let me make an effort to pull those together in a short PowerPoint so that we all have those, because it is a dramatic difference. And
Thank you, Mr.
And to kind of piggyback off of what Commissioner Bourne has stated, and I know I've asked previously, is there a place that we would be able to identify on our website that we can house these things, just so that we can refer citizens and, you know, when people are looking up Palatka, that they have something that's a little bit more tangible. I think that if we do a better job with putting out what we have done, and we can send someone to a unified one place, one specific place, I think that will be beneficial to us as a community. So I would definitely love to see a place identified on our website for project updates, visuals of the project. So.
And to supplement that, so and something tangible that we can have here in City Hall, so that those folks that do not have access to Wi-Fi or the internet, they can come in here and maybe get a binder or something and see those photos as well.
absolutely.
Mayor, if I could point out just for a second, because we tend to scan by it when we're looking at our accomplishments. You look under the phrase accomplishments at the sanitary sewer, 4,400 linear feet of pipe, 17 manhole structures, storm drainage, 1,900 linear feet of pipe, 45 drainage structures. Those are tangible numbers and accomplishments in and of themselves that you almost have to let that sink in for a minute. That's almost a mile of pipe in the ground for sewer and almost a half a mile for storm drainage. Impressive.
Well, I think the most important piece of the whole thing is if you pass through the neighborhood now, this is a neighborhood that was flooding continuously, but you're starting to see homeowners renovate homes. You're starting to see the neighborhood dynamics change. And that's the other piece of it. The dilapidated homes are now being renovated and purchased. We've had burnt out houses that now have new roofs, and they're almost halfway through a renovation of those homes. And that's what this is all about. It's about bringing new pride back into the community.
Absolutely.
Done a wonderful job done by staff, staying on top of this, dealing with the challenges that have been put in place, as well as just making sure we keep pushing those visions forward.
Thank you, Marcia, for the chart too. It
Oh,
makes
yeah.
it really easy
That's
to-
excellent work.
All right, well, thank you for your comments, and we will definitely, those, I know that came up about the website before. We've been tracking that as one of our actions, but we just need to make that happen and start populating it whenever we have these opportunities. So, yes, ma'am.
The other thing I want us to be mindful of is remember how many squares were not green the last time we were here and what we're seeing now. So you've only got really 3 squares left as it relates to this project. And so the neighborhood is going to be back to a point where it's brought back together and it's going to have a new look. So.
Oh, and those neighbors down there will tell each other, it is one of the most, it is a well-knit community on the ones that want to make it better. And it's been a pleasure to be associated with it. And most of the driveways that we haven't done are ones that are in contention. Either we had to get a survey line, we had to make, different decisions. We had to go back and look at it. And of course, asphalting will pretty much happen in one day. So that'll be a whole lot of green on what at one time.
So appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So as it relates to this project, moving forward, resolutions caption and
A resolution authorizing extension to the contract with DB Civil Construction for CDBG DR South 14th and South 15th Street Drainage Project for an additional 45 days pending Florida Department of Economic Opportunity review and approval and providing for scrivener's errors.
So moved.
there's a motion on the floor, second by Commissioner Jones. We're not on the floor for public hearing. Is anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 7 on the agenda, discussion and direction for allocation of commissioners, community project funds.
Mayor, if I could, I placed the item on the agenda. As you know, each of you during the budget cycle were allocated $5,000. And the allocation is basically, I think entitled special projects. We didn't pass, discuss, or adopt any guidelines as to how that money might be used or what the process for approving it would be. So before and while we're hopefully ahead of the game, I thought we could at least have some discussion upon whether or not the commission had a process in mind or some general guidelines as to whether or not, for instance, each commissioner on their own discretion would use that funds, but within some broad guidelines of purpose, or if the commission wanted to approve projects on a case-by-case basis, whatever the wishes of the commission are. Just wanted to get that guidance because there really wasn't much guidance given. Just you were given $5,000 for projects. And so maybe we could discuss that for a couple of minutes.
Okay, who wants to start out?
I do. I'm glad that this item has been brought up on the agenda. I don't think that it's a good idea to do it on a case-by-case basis. I think that we need to set some parameters now. Being that I have already used some of the money on some projects and, not knowing that the idea would be better to do something as a community event versus donating or, donating the money toward a certain entity. So I would like to have discussion and us to set some parameters on how we're going to use it. If we're gonna go out and do a community event so that all of the community members have access to it, or if we're gonna contribute to a certain charity.
I agree. And just to kind of further, I guess, is there a recommendation of how we could spend the funding? I think we may have how we want to do it, but from the legal standpoint or from the legal standpoint, are there any recommendations on how we should spend?
I would just like to remind the commissioners that these are public funds.
Right.
And so that any expenditure of these funds should be for a public purpose.
If you're talking about contributing to charitable organizations, that is benefiting the community as well with some of the things that they do, whether example, Feed the Need, charitable organization. Number of people come out to those organizations to benefit from the funds that are put out. So you can set the parameters, but I think everything that we did this current year, I think they all fit within the scope of being legal because we vetted that, in my opinion.
I think my reason, or being that it was brought up and it's on the agenda, I feel that there is a need for the conversation, but I'm trying to get to the point of how did we get to this point?
So I'll get us, let me give the historical context of where the funds came from initially. The initial recommendation for the funds came from me. It was something that was added to the budget and agreed upon by the commission. And the purpose that initially brought forth was so that we could do community projects in the geographical areas that were originally designed for each district that was represented by commissioners. So you could do projects for those areas. It was commission's vision at that point to say, instead of being locked into one geographical area, that each commissioner had the ability to do projects in a citywide area. And so that's where it initially happened. And so that was the initial approach. What's come from that at this point has been a desire to start to sponsor different programs or different things that were going on in the community. And so that's kind of the historic context of where we are. And then I'll let council and Mr. Manager continue on as to were there any additional concerns.
I think that like so many things, there's this sliding scale of propriety. On one end of it is things that you could pretty much easily say money shouldn't be used for. And on the other end, are things that you would obviously say the money could be used for. And in between, there's this scale, like so much in life, it's not necessarily cut and dried. There are many people who don't think that taxpayer money should be donated by a governmental entity to charities, because you're forcing the public to give money to the governmental entity. And if the people who have the money want to contribute to charities, they can do it out of their own pocket instead of giving you the money and having you give it to the charities that you want to sponsor. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it's illegal. I'm just saying that that's a philosophy. So from my perspective, I think the keys would be that it would be something that was basically the larger the group or class of public that benefits from it, the better, I think, is the case from my perspective. And when it starts getting narrowed down, I think that's where you start drawing scrutiny. And I don't know that I want to go much further than that in terms of trying to specify guidelines, but I think from there, you can draw your own, I guess, analogies. Madam City Attorney, would you want to add to that?
I guess we can attribute it to like trunk or treat. I mean, I'm one of the ones that came in and asked the questions and wanted some clear guidelines on how we can spend these monies. And one of the examples that he used was trunk or treat. It's an event that we put on every year and it's accessible to all of the community. So I would like for those guidelines to be clear, those parameters to be set. And that's something I am in favor of. For community events or projects that are accessible to a larger community, as the city manager just said.
So I think for the purposes of what we need for direction from staff, my recommendation is that each commissioner provide their thoughts to the city manager as it pertains to what they believe will be the necessary standards to employ, so that language can be drafted. And also, if you have any specific projects in mind that you believe that you will want to try to fund over the course of the remainder of the calendar year, that you provide those as well, so they can vet them and make sure that it kind of cuts the mustard as to where we are, or you can start to make adjustments. I would suggest that as you bring those projects forward, that those projects be at least approved by the commission, only for the purposes of making sure that if we're putting the city's name on it, that you build consensus by your commissioners and moving forward in the public eye with the projects, as opposed to having a project that may not necessarily be supported by other commissioners. And that way, we don't find ourselves in a position where in the process of trying to do good, we find ourselves dividing the commission. And so that would be the other suggestion. We'll get to you. So, any other questions or comments at this time? All right, Ms. Kitchen, you can come up. I didn't forget you. I got all 12 of them.
I'm glad you didn't forget me.
I only got 4.
I live in Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. First of all, I respect all of you and you're my friends. That being said, as a former commissioner for 9 years and as a citizen of Palatka for 75 3/4 years, I'm appalled. It may be illegal for each of you to have $5,000 of my city tax money to put on your special little event that benefits the whole community. But is it ethical? Is it the right thing to do? When you put on events for the city, the citizens get to vote on, you give people permits, and that's okay. That comes out of the city general fund. But for each individual commissioner to be given $5,000, that just does not sit well with me at all. That's $25,000, $5,000 for each person. You pick out your individual event and you donate the money. To what purpose? This commission has repeatedly said we don't give charities. Mr. Best, I think, is his name, comes and asks for help for mental health. He doesn't get any. We've had other people come up because you all don't want to discriminate and give to one charity and not give to another. Now it looks like that's exactly what's happening. I don't think that you need to each have $5,000 out of taxpayers' money to put on a special event that you like. Even if it does benefit the community, let the whole commission put on the event, let the city put it on like they always have, but not each individual person have $5,000. I simply cannot swallow that. It just goes against my grain completely. I just don't like it. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Anyone else here for public comment at this time? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Any further discussion from the commission? Any additional direction? All right. Hearing none.
Can we have a time?
If- if we-
Can we have a time certain of when we need to, so
Seven,
this is not something that's just continuously kicked down the road?
I say.
1 week prior to the next, 1 week prior to your first meeting in January. And let's have it in by. Let's have it in by January 9th so that you can have it for your next meeting. Your suggestions, is that okay? So that'll give everybody, that gives everybody roughly a month to think of what they got in place. And then all 5 of y'all can start to have a conversation about that at the following meeting.
And the sooner the better. You don't have to wait until the last day.
I'm just saying, because sometimes we get pushed off, and I just don't want to lose it.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
First meeting is January 12th.
Ms. Thomas, I would like for you to bring back to us some guidelines or rules or suggestions that you feel that will guide us in this process. Without giving specifics right now, I want to know, I haven't utilized the money the last 2 years. I actually lost it, I guess. But I would like to know before I wanted to do a town hall. So I would think that it would cover a town hall meeting. Is that something like that will be covered?
Townhalls are free.
No, I want, refreshments, I'm not, stuff like that, pay for it out of my allotted funds. Would that be or not?
Instead of us going through, so I don't want to sit here and go through all these specific instances tonight for any of y'all. Instead of us going through all of these specific instances, can y'all work that and kind of deal with it? Y'all can go in and vet each one of them differently and go from there, but I don't want to sit here and go through all the special instances. No disrespect to anybody, but I think that there's an opportunity, there's enough time and place. We're at the beginning of December. It puts us in a position where the things that you have on your agenda as it relates to your special items, go through them. And it gives you questions that you can have in place and go from there. But because it's commission projects, I think the commission should lead the conversation. And then from there, once your desires or your wishes or your thoughts are in place, then staff can make sure that it meets the standards so that you got that stuff there. But it's up to y'all how you do it. But let's just not do it tonight. So, any other comments or questions from the commission? All right. If not, we got a direction so far. We'll move forward with that.
Thank you.
And so we'll place it on that agenda for the 12th and have everything in before that. All right.
But before we go forward, I still would like for the attorney to actually, can we agree to that?
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah.
No problem. Next up, number 8 on the agenda, official election results, November 8th, general election, mayor, commissioner, and commissioner group 2 and 4 election results. Results will be entered for the record. Ms. Krantz.
Thank you. I do not see Mr. Overturf in the audience, but I do have the election results, Mr. Mayor.
Let's go ahead.
The election results for the city of Palatka Mayor Commissioner, Robbie Correa, 1,407. Parallel Hill, 1,174, for a total votes of 2,581. In Commissioner Borum's race, one person did withdraw. Commissioner Borum was elected. In Commissioner Campbell, he did not face an opponent and was elected, sir.
Just for those races, identify the group, so. we'll have those.
Yes, sir. Give me just a moment. Yeah, Commissioner Campbell is in group 2. Commissioner Borum is in group 4.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to accept those?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 9 of the agenda, public hearing. Ordinance number, before we go there, let's congratulate Ms. Correa on her win, as well as Commissioner Borman, and Commissioner Campbell. Next up, public hearing, item number 9, ordinance 2022-27, amending city code section 2-250.
Before-
185, subsection B 1 and 2, providing for an update to the benefits payable for police officers' pension and pension redress.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read the caption, but just so that you're aware, Amy Klausner Polish, who is our pension board attorney, is on the line.
Okay.
Ordinance number 2022-27, an ordinance of the city of Park, Florida, revising the code of ordinances of the city of Park, Florida, by amending section 2250.185 subsections B 1 through 2, providing for an update to the benefits payable to the police officer pension retirees, providing for severability provisions, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for publication, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date, and providing for scrivener's errors.
Second.
Motion on the floor in a second, council. Ms. Parrish.
Hi, I'm sorry, you cut out. If you wouldn't mind repeating yourself.
Oh, I was just recognizing you so that you can present at this time.
Oh, thank you. This is essentially a housekeeping item, to update the plan document in the city code to reflect the, change in benefit. There also was a scrivener's error, previously. What was passed in the ordinance wasn't updated correctly on Muni code, so this takes care of that as well. That happened, a number of years ago. The plan has been using the updated benefit number. It just wasn't accurately reflected in the code.
Any questions or concerns at this point from the commission?
I got one question. Is there, for Ms. Parrish, is there anything coming from your agency organization that you certify this particular approval?
Not that I'm aware of. This is typically just the process. I did speak with the city clerk. We went back and forth regarding this ordinance. It seemed to be okay to move forward. If there's anything else specifically that you have a question, I will try my best, but in terms of certification, no, I do not have anything else.
Any additional questions, Commissioner Board?
That's all I have.
Okay. Can you read the caption for me? I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
No, I'll move. We'll now open the floor for the public hearing. Ms. Kitchens, I have you on this. No, we'll wait for you. We'll give you another chance. Is there anything else that pertains to this?
Well, yeah, man, is it typical? I mean, but is it typical for when we have a change in that degree or whatever, that there's nothing that actually says, okay, well, hey, it's been reviewed and approved by whoever and they are okay with it? Because she's the representative, correct?
The lawyer.
Lawyer, I'm just saying, she's a representative. So I thought maybe it was been some kind of like, okay.
If you would like to see, the letter or notice from the actuary that provided this information, I can certainly make that available.
I'd like to see it.
Okay, that's not a problem. I will provide that to Sunny to make sure that it gets to you.
Just for the record. I mean, just for the record. So we're voting on something, but.
You'd like that added to the record, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sonny, can you handle that?
Yes, sir. No problem.
Who made the motion?
I haven't heard one yet.
Okay, I entertain a motion at this time.
So moved.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I think it was in the captions read.
So sorry, motion by McCaskill, second by Campbell. Scroll up in minutes, apologize.
I just allow the clerk. So there's a motion on the floor in a second. We've already had public hearing. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on item B.
An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, revising the code of ordinances of the city of Palatka, Florida by amending section 240 subsection B2 by writing for an update for the benefits payable to the firefighter pension retirees, providing for severability of provisions, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for publication, repealing all ordinances conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date, providing for scrivener's errors.
Second. There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner McCaskill, second by Commissioner Campbell. Council, I'll go ahead. Is there anything any different in this housekeeping matter?
No, that is all. This is just for the firefighters pension fund, whereas the other was for the police officers.
Open the floor for public hearing, Ms. Kitchens.
Illegal Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. I unfortunately didn't make the workshop, but I did hear the last part of it. I just wanted to say that the firefighters are an exemplary bunch. I've had occasion to have their services several times over the years. And the men that do the work and the women, they know what they need and they know what's best for them. And I would highly advise that you pay attention to what they want. I like Mr. Holmes' suggestion or his comment when he said, this is like a blueprint that has a door, a certain door in a certain place in a house. And once you start talking about it, then you can move the door. I would suggest that you pay attention to what the fire department has to say about the merit raises and everything else that they do. They're the ones that do the job. You want these men to stay employed with the city. Well, maybe you don't. I think you do, but I certainly wanted to stay employed.
This is
So-
different than the item that we have on the agenda.
Pardon?
What you're speaking on is different than the item that's on the agenda this time.
You're not doing benefits payable?
This
Oh,
is-
that's retirees.
Right.
I will stand by my comment, support the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you.
We support all of our employees.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else here for public comment at this time, for public hearing this time? Seeing none, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on this motion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item C.
Thank you, council.
Mr. Mayor, ordinance number 2022-26, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from city of Palatka C1A R1A to the city of Palatka neighborhood commercial C1A for the following property: 1206 Mosley Avenue, Palatka, Florida 32177. Center Street subdivision, map book 3, page 129, block F, lots 1, 2, in the south 18.46 feet of lot 3 plus lot 23, book 201, page 588, parcel number 121026. 1370 0060 0010, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
This is the first reading. Is there a motion?
Yes, sir.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Ms. Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This case is to rezone this property from C1 R1A/C1A to straight C1A. It's basically a housekeeping action. We believe that there were two lots that were combined at some point in the past, and there was a dual zoning on the property, and they wanted to make the whole thing C1A.
Somebody want neighborhood commercial?
Yes, sir. This is the site of the Children's World Daycare Center at Mosley and Twig. Everything, almost everything around it is C1A as well.
Okay. Thank you. Open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on the commission? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to our emergency items. Item number 10 on the agenda, Mr. Manager, you got an item on here.
Yes.
To execute a lease agreement 723 St. John's Avenue for temporary public parking for 1 year.
Sir, as you know, our construction on St. John's Avenue has disturbed or eliminated, or at least temporarily deprived of the shop owners and public of some parking spaces along St. John's Avenue in the areas where the construction is occurring. We've also had to, or have in fact, reserved some spaces at the intersections themselves to allow the public to turn around, which in its of itself has taken some parking spaces. We're looking always at what we can do to minimize the blow while this construction takes place. Everybody, I think, should recognize the ultimate value of the construction and the improvements, but in the meantime, we understand there's some inconvenience.
So with the construction going on, time is of the essence to do
Times of
something.
the essence.
Okay, I entertain a motion to accept this as an emergency item.
I'll make a motion that we accept this as an emergency item.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor, a second by Commissioner McCaskill. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, motion carries. Continue on, Council.
Thank you for, Mr. Mayor, for stopping me there and getting me back on track there. But the bottom line is that the owner of this vacant lot has, we've met with, he's agreed to essentially allow the city the use of that lot for $10 a year for 1 year if we perform some minor grading and smoothing so that the lot will accommodate some parking in that location. We would make the expense of the renovations, which are not going to be repaving or striping or anything of that nature. We're talking about establishing some kind of a stable base that will be smooth enough so that we don't have trip and fall hazards and that will permit parking to occur. And then we make that available to the public. It's something we could get done pretty quickly. And it would be an accommodation to those in the area who've lost parking. So the lease agreement would be for a year, $10 a year. And the owner is Mr. Vander Werf, who I think some of you are aware of. He bought some properties in the city. And so it's our recommendation and request that we be allowed to do that. Mr. McMillan's here, I think, can speak to part of what would be involved in accomplishing the work, and Mr. Griffith is as well, if you want that explanation.
And this, and how many more spaces to share with the public that will give us
Yeah, I'd like to know the cost as well.
with the smoothing? 'Cause it's-
Cost.
Approximately 8 spaces. We have the material, we have millings at the airport that we can offer. All we're gonna have to contract for is somebody to come in and basically clip, grade, and lay those millings down. Just estimate a couple $1,000. And the cost can be borne by the project.
And then give us about how many more parking spaces?
8 max.
And this is the same property that that the CRA was leasing previously, right? We have a cost. Just minimal cost as it relates to surfacing.
We've tried to reach out to contractors, Mayor, but everybody's busy. I would estimate 2,000 to 3,000 at max.
What's the estimate on the millings? What would that? the amount?
You already have it.
Nothing we have.
You have them.
We have a whole lot of villas that we weren't allowed to sell before.
So,
I understand that piece, but what's the value of the millings that we're putting in? Because that is still not, it's not public property that we're improving a private piece of property. So I'd like to know how much it's gonna cost.
good question.
I don't have that information, sir. But the lease, as promised, is that provision still in there that we are allowed to remove any improvements? Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
that's all I want to know. Just, I need the public to know what we're dealing, what we got going.
Any
Or is
other,
it something that you would like? to
any other
table?
questions from the commission?
Is that something that you would like to table, Commissioner Bourne, before we approve it, or?
Remember,
Or
if we table it, it's a whole month before we meet again. And this was an emergency item, which means it needs to be addressed.
Absolutely, but.
Yeah, but
because he had a
we're
question, I just wanted
we're
to
voting
know.
on something
that's
that we don't, we've already, I guess, we paid for, if there's enough milling out there that we paid for, but
Yes.
it's going for a private use. It's gonna, the ultimate
Public
thing.
use.
Well, it's a public use
It's
because
gonna
it's a
be
parking
public
lot.
temporarily while they're doing the construction. That's what, is that correct?
A year.
Okay,
It's gonna be a public use for a full year.
for a year. But it's, again, there's another piece there where we're improving the private property. That's
Part-
just my issue.
One of
Well,
the
maybe you
provisions that are
Right,
included in the contract.
Property
was-
leased by the city.
I was just trying to understand what was the cost.
I
That's all I
understand.
was asking.
I'm just, I
And
just
nobody
have,
can't tell me the cost.
I just have this one statement I'd like to make. Part of the contract provisions that are included is that we can remove all improvements that the city has done to the property at the end of the lease.
Okay,
So if you give us about 5 minutes, Mr. Griffith will come up with The millings were removed from our airport. They've been stockpiled. We had a chance to sell those, but we didn't, and now to sell them would basically probably be cost. You probably won't gain much because of the transportation costs. So we're using millings that we already own. We'll have the transportation costs involved in taking them to the location. But Mr. Griffith is gone and he'll try to come up with a rough estimate as to value.
So it's not to have a transfer to the airport fund, huh? So, but let me ask you, while we're going through that, are there any other questions from the commission as it pertains to this item? Any other questions?
No, I mean, I
I've
just got a comment.
got a question for you. As it pertains to zoning. Does the current zoning of the property allow for parking?
Yes, it does. Downtown business district. And there are some standards for like a street wall, but this is a temporary use. And if that parking lot were to be made permanent, it would have to have that.
Just want to make sure I just want to make sure there are no challenges relates to whether we are following our own codes. With that in place, we've heard it, let the record reflect that it's 4 of us on the dice at this time. Are there any other questions as it pertains to this matter? Commissioner, you feel comfortable going forward without knowing the exact cost of what the millings are, or whether it's gonna be or what the case is gonna be as it pertains to that?
I'm always uncomfortable with approving something that I have no idea how much the cost is. So I'm uncomfortable with that. We had about, was it, how many yards? Was it about 700 or 800 yards of milling that we had at the one point that was supposed to have been pushed out to the airport?
Keep those millings long enough, they're gonna be surplus millings.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, we just talked about the amount of milling that we had as surplus at one point that was gonna be sold for a price that we decided that it was best to be moved out to the.
So what's your estimated value at this point? No, he's calculating.
I didn't put a contingency on it. One
Just
second.
give me a rough draft. Give me a rough number.
$1,378.10.
So we got, so $1,300 of our stuff.
Well, I understand that, but then this is what the public need to know, that we had millions from the city, from other projects from at the airport, that we had about several hundred yards of milling at a cost that we were gonna let it go for around about around $12. You can get up to upwards of $24, $25 per yard, per square yard. So, I mean, per cubic yard. So that was my only problem with the amount of milling that we would be given away. And then that was about between $25,000 and $27,000. So that was my problem. So that's what needed to be explained to the community. I don't have a problem with the $1,000 at all. Thanks for the information.
You want to put that $1,000 back in the airport fund because it's actually coming from the airport fund.
I just like for the public to know what we're dealing with up here, and I don't like to vote on something I don't know about.
But for proper housekeeping purposes, you're taking money from one fund and using it in a different fund. Just saying. But, so, anyway, we've got that in place. Commission's recommendation at this time. Can I get a motion? How do we know the numbers?
I make a motion that we can approve it at those numbers. I'm good with that.
I'm sorry. I had to recess for a second. Jonathan came back with some numbers. I just don't want to miss any part.
$1,300.
Thank you.
Close enough.
Okay, thank you.
I got it in the ballpark.
Thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor
Second.
to accept staff's recommendation. There's a second. Is there any further discussion on this motion? My discussion again is you're taking money from the airport fund. You may want to look at that, but that's not a part of the motion. Any other discussion as relates to this motion? Seeing none.
Motion to amend my motion. I can amend my motion or withdraw or amend it. Can I, is
You
it,
can leave it like it is. You can always come back and do the housekeeping later.
is it friend? Okay, well, I like to, amend my motion to,
Will I not have to
Cool.
withdraw my second to that?
Not
before
yet,
you-
not yet. Just let him do his amendment.
I like to, amend my motion to pull those funds from the airport, funds.
You wanna, to pay the airport for the millings
Pay the airport for the million.
Okay.
Yes,
and accept staff's recommendation. That friendly to the second.
correct.
Commissioner, is that friendly to your second? Yes or no? There's a second. The motion is to do the transfer to the airport funds for the costs associated with the millings.
That's just me.
There,
I-
there's a motion on the floor.
I understand
And
that, so I-
you made the second on the motion. The motion's been amended. Right, so it has to be friendly to you before we can ever get to discussion.
Question.
She can second. for
So-
Second
discussion.
question.
Well, that's fine. No, that's fine. That motion down. There's a motion on the floor that had an amendment to it. Now, you seconded the motion. If you,
Okay.
and so he's now amended. Now, you have to be in favor of the amendment as well in order for that motion to be sufficient. And if you're not ready for it, then we go back to the first motion.
In the general.
That already has a second.
General fund.
And so, is there any further discussion on the motion as it is to accept staff's recommendation without any of the financial stuff put in place? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones. Aye, motion passes unanimously. Issues closed. Thank you.
Mr. McNair, you know us, $1,000 and some bucks.
I'm sure you'll see it again. Next up, item number 11, adopt resolution 2022 R218 authorizing the purchase of one new front loading refuse truck from Tampa Crane and Body in the amount not to exceed $350,000.
The reason this would be an emergency item is that we have one of our front loader trucks is a compressed natural gas truck, operates on compressed natural gas fuel. That truck's about 6 years old. It's got a little over 200,000 miles on it.
Correct.
It would have been scheduled for replacement. You have budgeted for replacement of it in the current budget. Currently, there's an opportunity to acquire a truck that's available. There are not many available in the entire country. We think we've located 3 total.
Currently, there is only one new commercial front-end loading truck that is available that has not been used. There are 2022 model years that have been used that are roughly 22.
But the bottom line is there's a very limited supply of trucks out there. If we're going to move on this, we'd have to move quickly.
Time is of the essence. I entertain a motion to accept this as an emergency item.
It says an emergency item.
Second.
The motion on the floor in a second by Commissioner Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Please proceed, Mr. Manager.
So as most of the commissioners probably are aware, the CNG station that we currently have is located on private property where it's been since it was originated. We had a lease with the previous owner. The new owner is not friendly towards that lease. So we're operating right now kind of on almost a day-to-day basis. It really isn't financially feasible to move all of that equipment. It's been in place for probably 10 years or so. I don't know, roughly speaking. Okay, 2014 then. Moving the equipment would be expensive and there would be maintenance involved in moving equipment and we don't have a place to move it to. So it probably isn't cost effective for us to basically reestablish the station somewhere else. Without a CNG station, we have no way of fueling this truck. And that rug could be pulled out from under us any minute. Because the lease that was in place, the new owner did not renew for any term. He's just kind of operating on a month-to-month basis. The mayor spoke with the owner through, I think, his brother, and we kind of got a reprieve, but it's not
They both came in.
I'm sorry,
They both came in
but it's not a long-term duration at all.
90 days. And that was 30 days ago.
So, okay, so 60 more days. Having said that, started looking for trucks and I'll let Mr. McMillan explain what the options are that are available.
So we conducted a national search for vehicles that would satisfy our needs and that there's only one currently available. It is slightly above what would be a contract price from the Florida Sheriff's Association. And that amount is roughly $41,000. That is roughly $50,000 under what typical asking price for a vehicle of this nature is going for, roughly $400,000. So this is a good deal. It is new. It has not seen any use. The other comparable items included in the exhibits all have seen use and need either rebuild or significant repairs, and that their lead times put them into the middle of next year. And so our next comparable options behind this one still put us potentially 3, 4, and 6 months out before delivery. This vehicle is available now.
So the cost of the vehicle is $350. I think you told me earlier, the contract price under the bid process would be $308.
Correct.
If you bought a new one, but the lead time on getting a new one is 2024.
2025. Quarter banks open in 2024 right now.
2025 for a new one. At the 308, we can get this one at 350. It's got 55 miles on it and the body's never been used. And it's available in about 3 weeks. So it's our recommendation that we move and purchase it, rather than risk, not having a fuel ability. If we didn't have the CNG station, we'd be traveling to St. Augustine to try to fuel it. And by the time you go there and back, not mention the time it takes, but you use fuel in the process. It's just not a good option.
Are we treating this as a single source for the purpose of procurement?
Correct. We did provide the exhibits in the attachments to show that it's yes.
Let the record reflect, so.
What about Exhibit C?
Exhibit C is a used 2015 Mack truck that requires significant rebuild right now. It is not going to make it across the country. And it is not located in Florida. I believe it is located in Sacramento, California.
Where's this new truck?
It would have to come across.
Not the one we're looking for.
This one here, it will be delivered to us. It is currently located in the Heil factory at North Carolina, and is just waiting for a home.
So it's $42,000 over.
Contracted price for this
Contract
year.
price.
And that if we do wait until 2024, the contract is renegotiated, we'll have an increase in price. We do not know that increase.
And this is something that we budgeted for, city manager.
Yes, it is budgeted.
What's the lifespan of these trucks?
Our lifespan is typically about 7 years or 120,000 miles. They're able to last up to 10 to 15 years, but at that point, they're basically scrapped. So the 2015 is coming up on that point where it's just going to be turned into scrap. The 2022 Mack that is listed as Exhibit B does need a significant rebuild, and that it was damaged, and so that's why it's not going to be available to the middle of next year.
Caption, please.
You don't have a?
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Black, Florida, authorizing the purchase of one front-end loading garbage truck from the Tampa Crane and Body for $350,000 and providing for Scrivener's errors.
So, second.
Motion on the floor in a second. We're now open for public hearing. Ms. Hitchens.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South Bell Street, Palatka, Florida. I support you getting this truck. It's a no-brainer. Waiting until 2024 or 2025 is ridiculous. We need our garbage and our refuse picked up in Palatka, so go for it. The old saying, a bird in the bush is worth two, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Take the truck.
Is there anyone else here for public hearing at this time? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the commission as it pertains to this truck?
It's very important.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Right side, you vote for me? All in favor, say aye. Y'all voted? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, city manager and administrative reports. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, I'll have 2 items. I'll try to make them brief. First is just a call out to the Palatka Police Department. I received a call today from a local business person. Some of you may have seen on Facebook or otherwise, and maybe Captain Newcomb was going to discuss, but I guess one of our officers alertly noted a suspicious vehicle in the vicinity of an automobile dealership. It was not doing anything overtly illegal, but it attracted his attention along with a vehicle that was apparently across the street from the dealership. He noticed both. They both acted in a fashion that he considered to be suspicious. He made a stop. Long story short, he found burglary tools and a ECM, electronic computer module, from a particular high-end limited edition production sports car in the vehicle. And it appears that maybe this was a targeted, well, I won't go further, but it was not just it doesn't appear it was just a random taking a part off of a vehicle. It probably is linked to some other things. And based upon the officer's stop, an arrest was made. The local business person was extremely pleased with our officers acting in a proactive and appropriate fashion and checking out something that he could have just driven by, since there was nothing overtly occurring, and with what resulted from that. So he is going to write a letter, but he called me specifically to give a shout out to the Palatka Police Department and that particular officer. I'll get the officer's name wrong. Matt, can you tell him? So just that shout out.
Congrats. Let's make sure we give him a proper recognition.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And then secondly, Mr. Mayor, what I'd like to do, and by way of explanation, our charter and ordinances provide a lot of different methodologies and authority for how positions are filled. For instance, finance director, fire chief, et cetera, are filled by appointment by the city manager with confirmation from the city commission. One position there is no guidance on, and that is the position of assistant city manager. I think that for some time we've talked about the need for an assistant city manager here at the city. Since there's not any overt or specific authority in the charter for me, rather than doing what is considered, I think, an operational matter on my own, I chose to bring it to the commission for guidance and direction and perhaps advance approval. But at this time, I'd like to move Mr. Jonathan Griffith from his position of General Services Director to the position of Assistant City Manager. Looking at the job description that was created for General Services Director, it basically is an Assistant City Manager with one addition, and that would mean that in the order of organization, he would be directly under the city manager. By way of information, and although I know no one likes to have their business discussed publicly, I feel like I need to give this information to you so that you have a full understanding of the matter. His current salary is $88,452. The General Services Director bracket that was created with our wage and compensation study was a minimum of 80 and a maximum of 129, 150. Actually, it's 8850 to 129, 150. The Assistant City Manager bracket was 1043 to 173, 572. So where we place or where he would be placed within that bracket would of course be something that takes some direction on, but I believe that Mr. Griffith has demonstrated his value in so many ways to the city, and over time I think he's done nothing but grow, and I've watched Mr. Griffith for a lot of years now. I know many of you are familiar with his technical expertise and his expertise in the area of management and construction, but he really has grown to the point now where he's providing very valuable insight on such things as the salary and compensation studies and policies and one thing or another. I believe he would be the person for you to have as an assistant city manager. If in fact you have some delay in finding a replacement for me, I think he would be able to provide you with service as an interim city manager and allow you to make that seamless transition. He has advised that he's not interested in a city manager position on a long-term basis. He told me that his stomach and his ulcers to be would not tolerate that position, but he would take the assistant city manager position. So it's my request that you kind of give me approval, I guess, for lack of a better term, to go ahead and change Mr. Griffith's job title from General Services Director to Assistant City Manager and then place him at a salary.
I'm not opposed to that. City Manager. I think Jonathan brings a wealth of knowledge to the table. His institutional knowledge would definitely contribute to our the city hall here. So again, I'm not opposed, not one of many words, but definitely in agreement with that and looking forward to working with Jonathan in that capacity.
Mr. Moore.
I'm not opposed to anything, but look like we got a couple, 2 or 3 things going here, in terms of, changing the title. And the title is different from what the current title is. It's a whole new position. So that position, would not be posted. From a standpoint of you moving, that position is going away. Because I need to understand all of the HR legal parameters of what we got going here, because we could be setting a precedent in terms of what we're doing.
Did you say that the charter? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. The charter, if it states that he can make the recommendations but that position, I think didn't we approve a position for this fiscal year?
Yes.
That being said, if that is a position that's not been filled, if you don't allow for people to apply for that position, I mean, I need some help from either HR or I say the attorney to help me understand how could we legally do that and we vote on it. I'm not an expert, so I'm just asking questions. I don't know how clean that is.
Mr. City Manager, would your recommendation be clean?
I'll defer to the city attorney, since it was HR and city attorney were asked the question about whether we can do it.
Our policy states, and per the salary study, the general service director position, every job description in there fitted the assistant city manager. And that was one of the recommendations to change that title during the salary study. That Tom recommended when the commission voted against changing any job titles. Our policy, as it's written, states, if we have an employee for a position that qualifies for that position, we will advance that employee in a department. We will just move them up into that department. As far as the general service director position, and correct me, city manager, I don't think that position is gonna be filled. So that's gonna be vacated, and we're gonna have an assistant city manager position, which is the role currently being filled by Mr. Griffith.
So why don't you clean up the whole process and just say you're gonna change the title of his position from general services director to assistant city manager and adopt the recommended pay range?
And see, that was my recommendation when I originally talked to Mr. Holmes. I wanted a full package versus a half a package. So when it did come to the commission, it came to us because I know we are a commission that wants to know or have the total package together. So that was my recommendation when I talked to Mr. Holmes. I'm not opposed, but I just wanted a full everything with regards to it. So instead
Right,
of
and the way it was presented is almost like when we were gonna approve a position name change, even though we budgeted for the position for this year, but it was never filled and it was never advertised. So that's my cleanup process. I just need to understand a little bit more about that. I don't have anything further to say other than I'm gonna thank Jonathan. He's an excellent person. He's very valuable to this organization, and I appreciate all the work he's done.
Mr. Jones.
I don't have anything.
Commissioner Campbell.
I said it.
I didn't hear you say it again. No. So, next question. Since this isn't on the agenda, were you just looking for direction so that you can do your housekeeping on this?
Yes.
You got my support. I think you have been acting in the capacity. I've watched you mature and grow. And I think that there's an opportunity for us to make sure that we ensure there's some continuity as we move forward. And so I know that there are a number of other leaders in the room as well, who we need to make sure that we do all the things necessary to retain as well. Because what we're finding is in this day and age, it's very difficult to find dedicated leaders who will work tirelessly and go over beyond the call of duty as to what was mentioned earlier by Commissioner Jones. And that's where promotions come from, is when you step up and you do things that others don't do, like going down and being the public works director, when you're the general services director, you just got moved from public works, and stepping in and doing those things, and those are the pieces that are there. Mr. Griffith is an integral part of what goes on in this city. He's done a commendable job. He's a Black product. And I think that is a very important part of it, because we want to have our young people come back home and work and commit themselves. And I've seen the growth. I commend the growth. I commend the commitment. I'm glad that you're raising your family here in Palatka, and I'm looking forward to seeing greater things from you. And there are so many other people in this room that are department heads right now. This is an awesome team, and I'm excited about, what's coming forward. And so my recommendation again is that you go ahead and from a housekeeping standpoint, put it together for the easiest transition so that we comply with what we have in place. And we also look at some of the other department heads that we have as well, and make sure that they don't become susceptible to jumping across the highway.
Say he coming back to Palatka, he moving back to Palatka.
So that's where we are.
He's in the county.
County's right down the street. So those are the things we have.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the commission, mayor and commission for their indulgence.
In the back of the room, Mr. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing to report from the gas authority. I just want to thank you for your service. You were very welcoming to my family and myself when we moved here, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I wish you nothing but success.
And we're glad to have you here. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. McNair.
Good evening.
How are you, sir?
Doing well, doing well. Similar to Mr. Dennis, the airport as well. So my report is not geared towards operational aspects of it. But 9 months into this ride, this Palatka ride, I'm going through a mayoral change. So, I just wanted to publicly just say thank you for the leadership. Thank you for the vision that you saw, that I laid out to you and the city manager, and the airport's going to be well. But just thank you for the opportunity to come to a community like Palatka. It's one of the smaller that I've served in, and just make a difference. So, change is always good, and look forward to working with the mayor-elect coming up, and we're going to make some things happen here. So thanks again.
Thank you again, sir. Thank you. Scott, right. Got 2 minutes.
Thank you.
You got that purple
Send the
on,
email.
Go make us out there, eat.
Hey, watch out, man, watch out.
It's not royal.
Hey, I got a few things to say in my department, but I definitely want to say some things and echo the sentiments of you all, and also the gas authority. You was one of the catalysts that brought me down here from North Carolina. So I definitely want to say, hey, thank you for the things you did, the knowledge you taught me and everything, even though my softball team used to beat up on you all the time.
That's not true.
I want to let you know, I appreciate that. You will be missed as a mayor. I know you'll be around as a friend. So I want to say, hey, good luck in your endeavors going forward. The new mayor-elect come in, I hope we can get together, we work, talk about some things, and keep things moving forward. And I'm not a person that say a lot of long stories, so appreciate everything. So I'm gonna shift gear. Jingle Jam is next week, next Saturday. We have a lot of things on the table for it. We do need volunteers. So please think about what you got going on Saturday from 3 to 8 and see if you can find some time to come down and help. We got music, food, vendors and everything, and kid play zones will be there. But what's on my heart now is we've been discussing a staff appreciation luncheon. And my staff that's on the board has gave me some very disturbing conversations of trying to get department heads and commissioners to support this. I don't think staff should have to support this on their own. So I will reach out to the department heads and the commissioners if you can help spearhead giving our staff a wonderful appreciation luncheon next week. And that's all I got to say.
My question would be, what's the disturbing news that you received?
Well, I mean, they was trying to say that some of the staff have to serve. I don't think it was a staff appreciation lunch, they should have to serve.
Did you investigate or ask?
This is came on through the committee. I'm not on that committee, and that's why I said I'm asking now, reaching out to the department heads and the commission. I'm not saying the information I got was totally, but I said in a couple of meetings, so I see how the conversation was going. So that's why I'm reaching out personally. They didn't ask me to do anything. Yeah, that you reach out and help. It's not saying that you wasn't gonna help. I'm asking now for y'all to support me.
Thank you. Great. Ms. Grace, you got anything? Keep Button Beautiful? Put you on the spot.
Good evening, everyone, and I was out working today, so that's why I'm dressed with my boots on and everything. But a lot of stuff happened in the city and a lot of cleanups going on individually. I'm finding a lot of people that have been passed along our pickers and they're using them. Yes, our wrench pickers. And I went down to the bucket that was down on Main Street that had our sticker on it, and by the time I got back, somebody else found a use for it, so that was awesome. So they reduce, reuse, recycle. And we've been participating with a lot of the Christmas activities and look forward to a great new year. And very much, Mayor Hill, thank you for all of the help that you've given me personally in this role for the last 3.5 years. I appreciate it.
Thank you again. Thank you to KPB as well. Mr. Griffin.
Guess I gotta say something.
Yeah, you got a new job.
Yes, sir. City manager, commissioners, mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to learn and grow under your leadership. Seriously, just a kid from Palatka, got a lot of gray hair now. I'm not saying that's your fault. No. And seriously, thank you for the recognition of my contributions and my team's contributions and this promotion. Seriously, it means a lot. It really does. And Mayor, thank you for your leadership. I don't know how to say this, but there's a lot that's been put in the works, and for at least the next 8 to 10 years, you're going to see a lot come to fruition. And the credit goes to you for your leadership. Thank you.
Awesome. It's all teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you. Captain Newcomb.
Is that a tear coming out the side of your eye?
No.
Yes, it is. Miss Sharon, you see that?
No, I don't do that.
The city manager took my thunder, what I was going to address with y'all today. Absent that, we really don't have anything for the PD, but we do want to thank you for the 8 years you've given us. The hurricane hangouts overnight after the storms are over and us riding around and checking things. The Black Pride cleanups, the backpack giveaways, the trunk or treat events. It's been great. So thank you. Thank you from Chief Stahl. And when you go back to practicing law, be nice to our young officers and your depots.
Now, Captain Newcomb, before you leave, I really didn't steal your thunder because you want to get up here and talk about that incident using all that cop language, 10, 6, 16, 12, and 22, and all that stuff. You want to tell the details.
It's all good.
Ms. Walsh.
Thank you, sir. Echoing everybody else, but I want all of you to know that you are why I came here, why I wanted to come here.
And I thank you for your personal greeting and encouragement and leadership. And I'm not gonna say anything more because I might cry, but I do hope I get to see you on a bicycle sometime soon.
Good luck. There's nothing else to say now.
Sorry. As a metrics presentation, just to get back down to brass tacks, we are up to 198 cases that we've addressed this year in the planning department. That does not include daily phone calls, emails, walk-ins. We've generated over $41,000 in fees from those cases. And we have surpassed what we did last year in the 6 months that I was here during 2021. We're doing great, and there's stuff coming out of the ground. The cottages has broken ground. Their trees are being harvested, the silt fence is up.
Tell them what the cottages do.
Sorry, the cottages at St. John's is 109 unit duplex rental community on St. John's Avenue by the business park.
Talking about those two.
About a $30 million
Commercial
project.
Projects on 19.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I have a list. Wawa is still in process. The comments have been submitted. They're working on their resubmittal. Scooters is open. And I hope that you have received your card in the mail that gives you the discount coupons on it. Checkers is under construction. A couple of Eliano's is in plan review, another coffee shop down by the Winn-Dixie Plaza, or in the Winn-Dixie Plaza is the out parcel. The Aspen Dental is under review right now. They are going where the King Buffet was. That building will be completely scraped and a new one constructed there. And then lastly, the Longhorn Steakhouse is going where shoot, what's the name of that place?
Say anything more.
The Golden Corral. Yeah,
In the mall
yeah.
and the Black Mall.
Oh, and the basketball is doing their renovations on the outside, the facade improvements. They've already done quite a bit of landscaping and replacement in their parking lot, and they submitted some plans for the facade changes. I think you guys are gonna be pleased with what you're seeing.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chief.
I'd like to echo everyone else's sentiments, sir. I appreciate your vision and leadership for the last 8 years. And I think that you can see that it's made a difference. And we appreciate that. The fire department's doing great. We are running a bunch of calls. We are up quite a bit. We're gonna be over 4,000 calls this year. That's about 300 more than last year. And it's been steadily going up for the last few years. But other than that, we're getting things done. We're getting people trained and things are rolling along. I appreciate it.
Ms. Jones.
Okay, again, like everyone else, I want to thank you, commissioners, for welcoming me here almost 2 years now. Doesn't seem like it. I wanted to know more about the city of Palatka. I did a little research and didn't do it all, but I have grown since I got here. Thank you all for pushing me to just to be better. I think Mr. Cutright talked about our Christmas luncheon. We do have one on next Thursday, December 15th, from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock. We will be serving a luncheon for our all of our staff, and we'll be doing games. We'll have door prizes. So we are encouraging everyone to come out and participate and help us celebrate our employees for our Christmas celebration. On the term of what we have going on, currently we have 14 general employee vacancies that are posted. We are posting on 5 different avenues: Florida League of Cities, Employee Florida, the city website, FTOA, and Indeed. So we do have some applications coming in. The 14 general does not include the police department has 10 vacancies by themselves. So HR is really trying to get a lot going on in that aspect. Another thing that we have coming up, I sent it out to all of the department heads to encourage their employees to go in and get their annual wellness checks done. Any employee on our insurance, their dependents that are over the age of 18, once I get the report back from Florida Blue, we'll receive a $25 gift card. So we're encouraging employees to go in that our metrics is help our metrics, so we'll cap out at a better rate when we do our insurance renewal next year as well. I have already sent out yesterday to pick a time for our blood screen that will be held January the 10th and January the 24th at the Price Martin Center. Again, you must be enrolled in the health plan in order to participate in that. We will have a food truck, door prizes, and each participant will receive a $25 gift card for coming and participating. All of these events are part of us getting our numbers up, our metrics up, so we can get, if I look at it, I see 9 points, which means we get 9 points, we cannot go past a 6% increase no matter what the rate say. So we're trying to get to that point on our health insurance. Other than that, I think that's all that we have to read right now.
Thank you. No.
Mayor, I have one final comment when you get through.
Gotcha.
Well, at the risk of rehashing everything everyone else has already said, I'd like to thank you for the short time that I've been here and the leadership and guidance and the support that you've had, allowing me to help all of you with this community, that all of you, and especially you, Mr. Hill, have invested yourselves so deeply in. And I appreciate everything that you do for the community and for us as staff. And sad to see you go, and I wish I could have had more time with you to learn from you. But I hope to see you and cross paths in Palatka.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you. Ms. Grants.
I have to come down and thank you as well, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your service. Thank you and Mr. Holmes for giving hometown young people a chance. Myself, Millen, Jonathan, it is a great foundation that you laid for our city's future. If you're interested in the metrics from a city clerk standpoint, so far this year, we've passed 218 resolutions. I did some quick math, and that's well more than we have in any year of recent memory. Ordinances were also up to 48. So congratulations and thank you again, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Council.
I'm going to have to repeat some things that Ms. Walsh said and Director Cutright said. If it wasn't for you, I would not be here. As everybody who has heard my story from the mayor, I told him at least 6 times. No, absolutely, positively no. Then I said, okay, I will stay for 6 months to help you find someone else. You know, I said, I'll help you go through the process, you know, so I can accommodate. And so at the 6 months was nearing its end, I said, well, when are we going to advertise? And they all started laughing, talking about, we're not advertising, we got you. We're done. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate now you convincing me
3 years
this
later.
3 years later to give this a try. And I have been looking around the country, you know, like in the water conditions from like Jackson, Mississippi and other places. And if it had not been for you and your leadership and guidance and vision, there goes Palatka. So I appreciate the commission here who has done so much work. I have really enjoyed working for you, but unless the manager cannot decide on when he absolutely is going to be leaving, I'm going to leave him here. Thank you.
With that.
Well, first of all, I now know who to blame for the fact that the city attorney is here. So I want to point a personal privilege, and that is to make some comments publicly myself. You have extremely strong personality, and I have a mildly strong personality. There were many who thought that you and I wouldn't be able to stay in the same room very long together. And I think that the fact that we not only have stayed in the same room together, but have worked together to accomplish a whole lot is a testament to the fact that there are things that define you that I will say publicly that I'm not sure everybody would expect me to say. And those are these. First of all, there is no one who can deny your passion for the city of Palatka. If they do, they are not knowledgeable about what they're speaking, because regardless of the issue, regardless of the circumstances, I have yet to see you address any issue involving the city other than with the utmost of passion for what you believe to be in the best interest of this city. Secondly, I'm not sure everybody appreciates your knowledge of what is going on in this city. I'm talking about from not just currently infrastructure projects down to details of progress of projects, expenditures, contracts. I'm talking about historic, going back to, for years, I think even before you became mayor, your knowledge of where the city had been, where the city, not just the city out broadly speaking jurisdictionally, but I'm talking about the city government had been right up to the present time. I'm constantly amazed in talking to you, and we in casual conversation or not casual conversation, and you'll mention something about a statistic or an issue. And unless you're just making it all up, and if you do, you do a really good job of selling it. I'm constantly amazed at that. And lastly is your vision. You know, you are in fact a very imaginative person. You have with great vision as to where you'd like to see this city go. You know, as I've sat back over our almost 3 years now and working together, I've come to admire that at a high level. I mean, I guess extreme admiration. So while we've not always agreed on subjects, I think that's just
Not supposed to.
that's just part of the process. And I think that the fact that we haven't always agreed on subjects is just evidence of the fact that, you know, we have sometimes differing points of view aimed at achieving the same goal. But I've always believed that your goal was in the right place.
They double team me, by the way.
So I want to express my appreciation for the opportunity of working with you, getting to know you better, and hopefully establishing a friendship that'll go long beyond either of our services with the city of Palatka. And just thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McCaskill.
I know you told me when I first won, I couldn't cry anymore.
I'm about to say it again.
I want to thank you for, number one, all of your encouragement that you gave me during my hard time. It meant a lot to me. It meant a lot to me. Thank you for your leadership, your vision, and your presence as a mayor. That means a lot. Being there, always guiding me in the right direction, leading me in the right direction, and telling me what was best. Even if it meant you taking up time and pulling me aside. I just want to thank you. Thank you. You've done a great job. Job well done.
Thank you.
I value that.
Thank you.
You'll never forget that, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Boyle.
Mayor, we go back beyond 2015 when we first came in. Moved to Palatka in 1992. Myself and the mayor, we played basketball together, Hank Bryan Park and in different gyms around the city. So we had something prior to the commission, but when we got on the commission in 2015, we did not run on the same ticket. We ran in the same, in that that midterm. We didn't all get together and say we were gonna run. And so, but I wanna thank the mayor for a number of things that he's helped me with in my early years and get my ducks in a row and different things of that nature, your leadership, your vision, and your passion for the city and our youth. I can't thank you enough for all of those things and the other things you've imparted in me. And I've learned from you how you conduct yourself in the meetings. I've picked up a number of different things, how I can do better. And I know we don't always agree on everything, but we both have a passion for this city. We love this city. And together, I think we've done a great job. Coming into this city in 2015, you look at 2013 and 2014, the city was not doing very well financially, could not balance the budget. Together, the commission came in on 2015 when Commissioner Campbell, Mayor, and myself, there was a number of different things that helped change the dynamic of the way this city was going and where we are today. And we have made some major leaps and bounds with this city. Our infrastructure, we're in a much better place than we was starting out. We put down 25 miles of pipe in this city. People don't recognize and honor those things. We started a number of different things that people don't even realize. Trunk or treat, it has grown. All of these things started under this commission. We did the presence with the firefighters. We go out and we to the communities where kids get gifts. We all the commissioners go out and hand out gifts to these young people. Trunk, we got so many different things, but we've shared so much. And again, I want to thank you, I commend you. There's bigger things that you have ahead of you going forward, and I can't thank you enough for just being your friend.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Mayor, I want to say this publicly, that I always said, and I said it before you became the mayor, you're one of the smartest people that I know. You are a leader, you're a natural born leader from childhood. All of my experiences are more personal than professional, but I have watched you be the guy that give Palatka hope. You ran on it and you did it, helping our Palatka evolve. And I want to thank you personally for that. I call you a friend, and a friend that don't come around every day. But I know that you will give the shirt off your back, people. You and I bump heads all the time. People would think that you and I are arch enemies. We've talked about that. But you've made me better, and I hope that I've made you better in some way. I've learned a lot from you, even though I'm older than you. I raised you.
Much older.
But I have, and I've always admired you for the guy that you are. I think you're a stand-up guy, and I know personally that this guy loved Palatka and bend over and lose money to become the mayor because he really loves helping people. I'm gonna go on a personal note and say, this mayor, when we go out to conventions, he makes sure that people know who you are. Just, he got a memory like an elephant. He remembers some things that you ain't gonna remember about yourself. You don't have to sell other folks. He's gonna make you feel good once you get done talking about you, when he introduce you. I know everybody probably experienced that, that have been around it. That's what he does. when it comes to sharing the spotlight, he's not selfish. Because he shares it. He includes you. These people up here know, because I know no one going into Florida League of Cities, but everybody know Terrell Hill. And you can say from Palatka, or just mention Palatka, and that's the first person you to say. So he have represented us very well in his travels. And I know that he's gonna be successful, whatever he's gonna do. And I just wanna say, thank you for being you, staying true. Because you could have been anywhere else in the United States and made a difference. But you wanna stay here, and you did that. So again, I wanna say, I appreciate you, thank you.
Commissioner Campbell.
My relationship with Mayor Hill is a little bit different. Mayor Hill was the one who brought me back to Palatka. He fed me by giving me a job. I could have went anywhere, done anything, but Mayor Hill talked me into coming back home and creating change. I came home, I was probably here a few months working at his law firm. And then he asked me, had I ever thought about running for an elected position? And my answer was no. But it's by your leadership, it's by your mentorship that I stand here, that I sit here today. I'm a product of Mayor Terrell L. Hill. I'm a product of your guidance. I'm a product of your love. I'm a product of your perseverance. I'm a product of you not allowing me to give up when I wanted to give up. There are conversations that I've had with you that I know haven't gotten out, and I know that they will not get out. But you, as a person, have been consistent from the time that I've known you to this very day. And again, you would not allow, because I'm going to tell you all the truth. There are times that this burden became so heavy that I just wanted to give up. I wanted to throw in the towel and go back to being that regular Justin that I wanted to be. But this man that sits to the left of me would not allow me to throw in the towel. And that speaks to the person that he is. It speaks to the dedication that he has for this community. I've seen firsthand the sacrifices that he has made to make sure that this city continuously move forward. I've seen working in his law office how he's turned away cases, he's turned away things. Why? Because he had a passion for this city. He had a position where he knew he had to uphold. And I've seen it, I've witnessed it, and I'm grateful for who you are. And you always say, may the works I've done speak for me. Well, Mayor, I'm going to tell you, the works you have done speaks for you.
I appreciate it. Now that my eulogy has been given. Simple poem says, well, son, life for me ain't been no crystal stair. It's had tacks in it and boards torn up in places with no carpet on the floor bare. But all the while I've been reaching landings and turning corners, and sometimes going in the dark where there ain't been no light. So boy, don't you turn back. Don't you sit down, because you'll find it's kind of hard. For I still going, I still climbing on. And life for me ain't been no crystal stair. What I'll tell you is my life has been a blessing. My mother has input in me a mindset which allows me to believe that I can do anything. My circumstances are not normal for many people as they start off, but I wouldn't trade them for the world, because out of the pits of struggle is progress. When we look at this community as a whole, we're progressing, we're growing, we're prospering. This isn't a going away party. This is a celebration of the fact that I've been praying for a release from the assignment that I've been on for a long time. My 40s are right here in this room. And didn't celebrate 50, I started at 42, but what I saw is Palatka in the middle of a metamorphosis and things were starting to change. I'm just an instrument. This city's been around for 170 years. It's going to continue to be around when I'm gone and when everybody in this room is gone. And it's going to still exist. It may have some struggles, some downtimes, but overall it's going to exist. And hearing that proclamation, I realized that in 1883, those wooden water lines that we inherited were infants when the Great Fire came a year later. And they survived all of that. They survived the Great Depression. They survived the Civil Rights Act. They survived 9/11. They survived all of it. And the city continued to go. What we have to do is make sure that we endure just like those water lines did, that we continue to survive and grow as a community, that we get away from the big pink elephant in the room that divides us based upon how we look. And we need to join ourselves based upon how we think and where we live. And so we've constantly used the phrase, we're better together, but we really are. There are too many divisive tools that cause Palatka to look at things through the lenses of black and white. Nobody really wants to talk about it, but that's what happens. We look at Palatka through the lenses of black and white. Even when things aren't always black and white, we make them black and white. But the reality of what's in place here is this community can be a flagship community for the state of Florida if we just continue to believe that it can work, and that we can all work cohesively together. But it starts with investing in our young people. Because if we can invest in our most precious resource, and there was a lot of scrutiny about doing that, but our most precious resource is young people. We got a lot of young folks out there that are doing things that are deviant, that are doing things that are adult-like. And we need to make sure that we fertilize those gems so that this community will have great leaders that come for generations and over again. And we recycle greatness as opposed to recycling detriment. And that's what has to happen in Palatka. I'm excited about the future. I get an opportunity for the first time in my life to be selfish. I've sacrificed for so many years for everybody else. And I feel almost wrong for wanting to do some stuff for me. But I'm going to take full advantage of it. When those two retirees decide to actually be retirees, I hope to not be too far behind. So again, thank you to the commission. Thank you to the city of Palatka for all that you've given me, for all that you've taught me, for all the headaches, the gray hairs, and the extra weight. But more than anything else, thank you to the citizens for believing in me, for entrusting me for 8 years to serve. I'm not going away. I'm just evolving. And that's what this is all about. So with that being said, the Gem City of St. John's River is continually repolishing, and we are looking forward to a new day.